Check, check. Check. Mike Bernard.
Testing from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3. In the qualifiers this afternoon, our qualifier, the first qualifier, had 4 horses: Woodmere Denny, Magdalene Machine, Dusty Lane Pharaoh, and Azure Beach. Azure Beach was the winner in 2:01 and 1. Finishing second was Woodmere Denny. Magdalene Machine and Dusty Lane Pharaoh did not qualify, finishing third and fourth in that qualifier. In the second qualifier, we had the Fox, Ironside Sealster, and Malabrigo. Ironside Sealster the winner in 2:01 and 3. The Fox second, Malabrigo third. All 3 horses are qualified in that qualifier.
So doing an audio check from the broadcast desk, testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is a check from the broadcast desk at the top of the park. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3.
Tom. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. I'm your co-host, Rocky Skierman, and along with Peter McPhee and Vance Cameron, we will bring you all the action this afternoon. Peter, Horse Person's Day here at Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. We have the 2022 PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers Competition coming up here this afternoon. Peter, let's have a look at the drivers.
Yeah, going to be a great day, Rock. Beautiful conditions here this afternoon. We'll get the update from Vance in just a moment. But yeah, let's go through the 8 drivers. I'll kick it off here. Corey McPherson for Razzie's Roadhouse today. Joe Barrio, Daniel R. Ross Limited. Stephen Shepard for the Atlantic Classic Sale. And Amber Campbell, Gash's General Store. They're the first 4.
That's right. Then we have David Dowling for All-Star Cresting, Mike McGuigan for Atlantic Vet College, Mark Campbell for the Agro Co-op, and Jason Hughes for Red Shores. All the action this afternoon. 14 dashes on tap this afternoon, Peter. Now for the program, today's program and equipment changes. Let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program. It's event number 61 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 2 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 4. In the 4th race, number 3, Salzbrook Velveeta, adding a burr head pole outside. The next and the final change, you'll go to race number 12. In the 12th race, a division of the driving championship, scratch number 8, Big Bad Bruiser, he will not go. Race 12, scratch number 8, Big Bad Bruiser. That's going to wrap up the changes on today's 14-race presentation. The Par Mutual windows are open and selling. Race 1 post time is set for 12:30, leaving you 27 minutes to make your first race decisions. Let's go back to my co-hosts today, Peter McPhee and Rocky Skierman, and they're at the HBI broadcast desk.
Thank you, Vance. Customers can sign the back of their uncashed tickets for second chance draws and prizes. It's all part of Horse Person's Day and Customer Appreciation Day, presented by the Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association. The early pick 4 with a $500 guaranteed pool. Beginning on race number 2, the Super High 5 is on race 5, and again in the last race, that's race number 14 this afternoon, with a low 15% takeout. On track guest, the pick 5 starts in race number 6, and the ballots are in the inside front cover of today's race program. The jackpot is $500, and your ballots must be in before the start of race number 6, Peter.
Yeah, that's right, Rock. Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses, a chance to win $25 jackpots in each race here today. Like Rocky said, 14 on the card. HBI players, you can also use your account on track with our free Wi-Fi to place your bets on your mobile. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of our national anthem.
Say
in the qualifiers this morning. In the first qualifier, we had Azure Beach, the winner, quarter in 30 and 2, the half in 102 and 2, down to 3/4 in 131 and 4, time of the mile 2:01 and 1. Woodmere Denny was second, Magdalene Machine third, and Dusty Lane Fair was fourth. Magdalene Machine and Dusty Lane Pharaoh did not qualify in that qualifier. In the second qualifier, Ironside Sealster was the winner, quarter 30 and 1, the half 101, down to 3/4 131 and 1, time for the mile 2:01 and 3. The Fox was second, Malabrigo third. All horses did qualify in that qualifier.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. I'm your co-host, Rocky Skierman, along with Peter McPhee on the HPI broadcast desk. Peter, let's have a look at race number 10. Woodmere Farms Pace, Dream Fair Zenfire on the rail for Mark Campbell. Plain Jane 2 for Kenny Murphy. Tobin's Brownie will lead from 3 with David Dowling. You Bet I'm a Good One 4 for Jeff Lilly today. And Ace 44 Dome for Jason Hughes. We're going to touch on Ace 44 Dome, Pete. She's been racing great.
Oh, wow. What a pickup for Donnie McRae and Jason Hughes. Jason's doing a great job with her. 2 back, Rock. They went to the front and won on the point. Last week it was different tactics. Really good horse race here on last Thursday night. Let's pick it up from the half where Ace 44 Dome does it again for Jason Hughes.
Goes Dream Fair Zenfire. First up on the outside, third. Ace 44 Dome. Second over the outside, fourth. Fifth up the rail, that is Tobin's Brownie. Trailing the field, 6. You Bet I'm a Good One. 50. 6-1 for an opening half mile. 3/8 to go. Plain Jane the leader. Here's her stablemate right alongside. Dream Fair Zenfire takes over the lead. Ace 44 Dome on the outside, third. In at the rail, Lady Like nowhere to go. She's fourth. Fifth on the outside is Tobin's Brownie, the gap down trailer. You Bet I'm a Good One. 3/4 in 1. 24 and 4. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Dream Fair Zenfire turning for home. Ace 44 Dome on the outside, second. Tobin's Brownie up third. Fourth at the rail, Lady Like deep in the stretch. Ace 44 Dome and the Blue Knight double up. Tobin's Brownie rallied second, holding third. Dream Fair Zenfire. Time for the mile, 1:54 flat.
Yeah, what a trip, Pete. And you know, Ace 44 Dome, we were talking off camera, 19 times in the top 3 with 10 wins and a 152 in 3 seasons best at Truro. She's a sensational mare.
Yeah, like we said, great buy by Donnie McRae. Jason's doing a great job with her. She seems to race from anyway. She was on the point, 2 back. That was a real nice win last week. Like you mentioned, Tobin's Brownie was firing on the end of it. So it sets up to be a great race today, Rock. We got Dream Fair Zenfire on the rail. Tobin's Brownie's in the middle. And we'll see if Jason can do it again from post 5 to make it 3 in a row. Let's take a look at our early pick 4s here, Rock, as we slide them in here. And we'll land on race number 2. And it looks like you and I and the classifier are all on the same horse, Blake's Agent. You like him?
Yeah, absolutely. Here in the second race, number 3, Blake's Agent, is a 2-year-old by Roll with Joe, making his first lifetime start here this afternoon, Pete. Got to like him for Jill Berrio.
I like him a lot, like you said. Come off a nice qualifier. Gilles going to do the driving for Wayne McRae. They've teamed up in the past for lots of success. So, yeah, we like the 3 on top like everybody else does here today. We'll swing over to leg 2, which is race number 3, and it kicks off the driving championship here today, Rock. I'm going to head to the 3, Outrageous Spirit. I thought she was good last week. Finally got that first win of 2022, so I'm going to put her in the win column again, but you're going a different direction.
Yeah, I'm going a different direction. I'm going with the 6 here, Dancer's Pass. She's dropping down in class. Mike McGuigan driving here this afternoon and shows some good miles. 157 and 3 the last one for Kenny Arsnow. Closed it out 28-4. So I'm going to put her on top in this one.
I like it going out on a little bit of a limb there. Moving over to race number 4, third leg here, early pick 4. I'm going to land on Traces of Purple here for Stephen Shepard. She raced good last week. Had to come first up. Still hung around for the show, though. Third, 57 and 2, 30 and 1 on the end of it. Maybe a little bit more up front here today. We'll see what happens. But I'm going to go to her. Who are you heading to here?
Well, I'm going with your uncle's horse here, the 8 Miss Sangria. I like her in here. You know, Corey McPherson retains the drive, shows some good miles, 57 and 2, 57 and 1. I know she's leaving 8, but when I look at the program, like I said to you, I try to beat the classifier, and so I put the 8 on top in there.
You know what? She's been a great mare her whole career, Miss Sangria. You look down her line, she's always there week in and week out. So, yeah, I like her as well. I just put the 4 on top, but you have her on top in race number 4. And to wrap it up, the early pick 4 here this afternoon, it is in race number 5. And I'm going to head to the 3 in here. That's Dusty Lane Zendaya, who's been racing pretty well since coming back. Corey McPherson to drive, and I like the fact dropping down here today, Rocky. I'm going to put her on top to close it out. How about you?
Well, I like Jay's Little Spark. Look at her miles here, and she heads Barrio today to the, to drive, and she has the rail. So I went out on a little bit of a limb here, and I put her on top. She shows a mile 157 and 1-3 down. So yeah, I put her on top.
Yeah, there it is. The early pick fours. I like that. There's lots of different routes you can go here. Want to make sure you're in on the action as we kick it off here. 10 away from race number 1. It is Horseperson's Day here at Red Shores.
And if you're following along with our picks here this afternoon, if you have a look at your screen, you'll see that Peter McPhee likes a 4-2-6 in the opener. I like 4-7-6, and the classifier's choice is 2-4-6 for the afternoon's opener in 10 minutes.
The first race pacers and their drivers have entered the track on Post Parade. Race 1 sponsored by Phillips Feed. Number 1, Bet the Deck. Owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, Jason Hughes, training and driving. Miss Chantal Mockabe, number 2, is owned by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie. Kenneth Wilkie trains and drives. Number 3 is Good Gracious Eileen, owned by David Fraser of Mount Albion, trained by Greg Weatherby. Corey McPherson drives. Crimson and Clover, number 4, is owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown, the trainer-driver Kenny Arsenal. 5, It's Dally Time, is owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Lou's Route 204, Jill's Barrio up. 6 is Heather's Pet, Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, the owner, trainer, and the driver. Number 7 is Sweet Sylvia, owned by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia, trained by Frank Hansen, driven by Kenny Murphy. 4 minutes wagering time on the afternoon's first race. Welcome to Annual Horsepersons Day, presented by the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. Customers can sign the back of their uncashed tickets for second chance draws and prizes. Peter McPhee and Rocky Stearman are coming up next on Race Day.
We're kicking it off here today, Rock, and HPIBet.com. You can certainly bet Red Shores. We want to say hi to all our HPI players today watching.
Absolutely. Hi to all you HPI players out there watching today, either on track here or at home. The first race is brought to you by Phillips Feed, and we'll be tracking along with Peter McPhee's picks in a moment. Let's go out to the track for the afternoon's opener. As I mentioned, Phillips Feed pace. There is a look at the 4, Crimson and Clover. You and I both put this filly on top here this afternoon, Pete. 3-year-old filly by Shadow Play from Morris Cody of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer and the driver. Nice win in the last one, Pete. New record.
I thought she raced great last time out. I liked her for part of it last time, and she raced really well. Left from 3. You can see sat there most of the way. Then made a move later in the mile and was able to scoot home in 29-1 to get it all. 2 minutes and 3/5. First win of the year from 23 starts. It was a real nice win. Thought she raced really good last week. So she's in a good spot here again. Slides out a spot in the wing, but not that far to post 4 here today. Kenny's going to do the driving. You can see she can finish up pretty well. 29-1, 29-1, 29-2 when you go down her lines here. So I think she's in a good spot, Rock. I'm with you here. Going to put her on top at 2-1.
And there's a look at the 2, Miss Chantal Mockabe. 2-year-old filly by Jake K. End of an Era for Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie. Kenny Wilkie, the trainer and the driver, had a maiden record 2 starts ago, Pete.
I was talking to Kenny on Wednesday night here at the matinee banquet, and I was saying to Kenny, your mare's been excellent since arriving on the island. He said, yeah, she's been there every start. You mentioned that 1-2 back, Rock. She sat in the 2-hole pretty much the whole way, slipped down the passing lane, got it done. 2-2-1, closed out 29-1. But the one last time out was good as well. Again, tucked in the whole way, second, just beating the length, the Crimson and Clover. 2 minutes 4/5, closed out 29-2. She's been excellent, like I said, since arriving here on PEI. Great spot to work from here again. Kenny's in the bike at 5-2.
And there we see the 6, Heather's Pet, 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror. Neely Bambrick of Charlottetown is the owner, the trainer, and the driver. 4th place finish in her last one, Pete.
Yeah, that was off the bench. Like you mentioned there, she had the start here on November the 10th. I thought she was pretty good considering she hadn't raced for a while. Left 4, tracked 4 all the way. 2-1-1, 29-3. She's had a pretty nice year. You look over at the numbers, 12 for 20 this year. She does have the 1 win. It came here in Charlottetown, 2-2-2. So she's a bit of a price here, but I think she may be able to go with these horses here today. And I like the fact she's 6-1 here. So we'll call for 3rd on Heather's Pet with under a minute to go before race number 1.
So we'll have a look at the odds in the upcoming first race, brought to you by Phillips Feed. Bet the Deck on the rail for Jason Hughes at 7-2. Miss Chantal Mockabe is 2 for Kenny Wilkie at 3-1. Good Gracious Eileen from 3 for Corey McPherson at 10-1. Crimson and Clover, the 4 for Kenny Arsnow. Your current choice at 2-1. It's Dally Time will leave 5 for Jill Berrio at 9-2. Heather's Pet is the 6 for Neil Brandberg at 5-1. And Sweet Sylvia, post 7 today. My second choice, Kenny Murphy in the bike at 5-1. That's your field for the opener. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon's opener, sponsored by Phillips Feed. Presentation to the winner in the winner's circle. Field of 7 moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
It's Horseperson's Day at the driving park in Charlottetown. We're going to open it up with Bet the Deck, Miss Chantal Mockaby. Good Gracious Eileen, Crimson and Clover. It's Dally Time. Heather's Pet, Sweet Sylvia on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Bet the Deck at the rail is leaving out. They're coming from the outside. That's Heather's Pet. Then up in between horses, they round the turn. Miss Chantal Mockaby is on the rail, racing third. Good Gracious Eileen's away fourth. Off stride, Good Gracious Eileen. And McPherson does an excellent job to keep her on her feet as they race the backstretch and they go to the opening quarter. Here comes Heather's Pet to claim the lead for Neil Bambrick. Second is Bet the Deck, racing from third, Miss Chantal Mockaby. Fourth is Crimson and Clover, racing from fifth is Sweet Sylvia. Trailing the field, it's Dally Time, pulling up on the backstretch, Good Gracious Eileen. 29 3/5 was the opening quarter in straight alignment on past the 3/8, led by Heather's Pet. Racing from second is Bet the Deck, continuing third, Miss Chantal Mockaby. Crimson and Clover's in fourth, Sweet Sylvia fifth, and it's Dally Time is sixth. They're looking for a second quarter breather. Nearly might have got it in here. Heather's Pet, the midway point lead in 101 and a 150 to get the breather in. They're rounding the paddock turn, going to the 5/8. The leader is Heather's Pet from the outside. Miss Chantal Mockaby in the pocket third. That's Bet the Deck. Up fourth on the outside is Crimson and Clover. Outside fifth is Sweet Sylvia. Then the trailer. In at the rail, it's Dally Time. And off stride on the backstretch went Crimson and Clover. And traffic was mighty tight there. On past the 3/4. And Miss Chantal Mockaby is now taken over. 3/4 in 1:32 4. Heather's Pat's paddling back. Sweet Sylvia joining them now on the outside third. Bet the Deck and needs some room late on the inside fourth. Homeward bound in the afternoon opener. Heather's Pet. Miss Chantal Mockaby up the inside. Bet the Deck is coming late, but it's too late. Miss Chantal Mockaby in line to Kenneth Wilkie. Bet the Deck was second. We'll need a show photo. Time for the mile in 2:03 and 1, and we are under a judge's inquiry. The judge's inquiry involves the break on 4, Crimson and Clover, going to 3/4.
Here comes the afternoon's opener slow-mo replay, brought to you by Universal Media Pete and Miss Chantel Makabe. 1 for 15 career, gets the job done in here.
Yeah, again, we'll take you through it here early on. Heather Spetz sprung the wings here for Bamberg today, 29-3. They were the leaders, 1-0-1-1 first up for Miss Chantel Makabe. Crimson and Clover looked to be in a good spot, second over. Then there was some confusion up the backside, so we'll see what that is later on here. 132-4, and you can see here now, still the 2 on the end of it, going to get there, 2-0-3-1. You can see the 1 bet the deck trying to get there in the end, but not quite as the 2. Miss Chantel Makabe gets there to win race number 1. We'll see if it's official in just a moment.
Here's a look at what the judges are looking at on the backside here this afternoon. Judges' inquiry in race number 1 this afternoon. You'll see the 2 on the outside here. Gets a little rough, and the 4 was right behind and goes off stride here. That's the judges' inquiry in the afternoon's first race.
In the first race this afternoon, there is a placing. Number 1, Bet the Deck, finished second and has now been placed first by the racing officials. Bet the Deck, Bay Pacing Filly 2 by Better Than Cheddar from the Royal Majesty Dam Revival Cards. Owned by Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart, trained and driven to victory by the Blue Knight Jason Hughes. There will be an adjustment to the time of the mile. Bet the Deck in the afternoon's opener. And down at trackside, Phillips Feed joining us today with a presentation to the first race winner.
Not in the mood to go out? Need help with local deliveries? We've got you covered. Kinest is at your doorstep to lend a hand when you need it the most. We don't just move your parcels, we deliver your hopes. We deliver joy, happiness, surprise, warmth, love, pride, and cheer. Your trust inspires us to deliver your hopes and dreams with guaranteed 100% safety. Whether it's gifts, documents, medicines, groceries, and much more, we promise to deliver wrapped with love and care. So hurry up and sign up for the free Kinest app, available on Play Store and Apple Store. Kinest, always on the move for you. Brought to you by Kaiser Enterprises and Consultations, Inc.
Here's the official results now in today's first race. Bet the Deck finished second, place first. Miss Chantal Makabe finished first, was placed 6 for interference on 4. Crimson and Clover going to 3/4. Good Gracious Eileen did not finish. Crimson and Clover finished 6th, was placed 5th. It's Dally Time finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Heather's Pet finished 5th, was placed 4th. Sweet Sylvia finished 3rd, was placed 2nd. 29 and 3, 101 and 1. 132 and 4, 23 and 1. In review after the placings, 1-6 did not finish. 5-3, 4-2. Bet the Deck paid $610. The exactor $60.70. Triactor $400, $26.90. Superfactor was $225.23.
Watch for new players portal coming soon to Red Shores. This page will have everything the player needs in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional lines, race replays, driver profiles, and even racetrack stacks. The new players portal coming soon to Red Shores, Pete.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's just around the corner, so we'll keep an eye on that as we roll in the picks here for race number 2. We're close here, Rock. I'm up top there at 3. Blake's agent. We talked about him in the pre-race. We think he can win today. Do like the 2 for second and the 6 for third.
Yeah, and I like the 3, 2, and the 5. I put the 5 in there. 2-year-old filly by Tobago K's, Weather the Storm. Kenny Arston to drive for Von Doyle. First lifetime start. Won the qualifier in 2:06 and 4. So I like 3, 2, 5 in the upcoming second race. Brought to you by Greenhawk.
Today's second race on the track, sponsored by Greenhawk. One is Solus Hanover, owned by Donna Rector and Boyd White of Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. Woodmere Dealer 2 is owned by Don McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Owned by Wayne McCrae of Fall River, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Jules Barrio. Number 3 is Blake's Agent. Outrageous Show number 4 is owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove, trained by Ronnie Matheson. Today, Dale Spence. 5 Weather the Storm, owned by Bill Kenny and Ellis Stead of Hunter River, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Kenny Arsenault drives. 6 Emma's Delight, owned by Michelle Myers, Jamie Lynn Mosher, Barbie Affleck, and John Day, trained by Michelle Myers. Corey McPherson drives. 3 minutes wagering time in the second. For programs, race replays, or additional lines, go to Redshores.ca. You can also follow our official social media platforms.
Okay, 3 to go here before race number 2. Rocky Drive for Charity. We've been talking about it for a couple of weeks now. It goes all the way to December the 4th. And we've got some great drivers involved this year. Kenny Arsenault with Metro Home Building Center and the Alzheimer's Society of PEI. And Gilles Barrio, A&M Snow Removal and the MS Society.
Yeah, we got Mark Campbell for Ocean 100 and Toys for Tots, and David Dowling for Andrew Stables on Prince Edward Island, and Kids Sport PEI, and Jason Hughes with Daniel R. Ross Limited and Camp Genchef.
Yeah, it's great competition. As we said, we'll track it all the way until December the 4th.
Don't forget, customers can sign the back of their uncashed tickets for second chance draws and prizes here this afternoon. It's all part of Horse Persons Day and Customer Appreciation Day, presented by the Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association. And let's go out to the track for the afternoon second race, presented by Greenhawk. There is the 3, Blake's Agent, 2-year-old, by Roll with Joe for Wayne McCrae of Fall River, Nova Scotia. Gilles Barrio, the trainer and the driver. First lifetime start this afternoon, Peter.
Yeah, it looked good in the qualifier there back on November the 3rd. You can see was on top the whole way. A winner, 2-2-4. Did close out in a solid 29-1. And then again, back on the 13th of November here into qualify. Left from 3. Sat 4 early, but made the first up move. Was able to clear past the 3/4 and was a winner going away by 3, 2-2-1. Closed out 30-4. So it was off a real good qualifier into race here today. Barrio to drive, and Blake's Agent is the choice. 1-4.
And there we get a look at the 2, Woodmere Dealer, 2-year-old by Roll With It Harry for Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes, the trainer and the driver. 4th lifetime start this afternoon, Peter.
Yeah, he's looking to go back-to-back as Jason. He was placed the winner in race number 1. This guy's got a shot here. He tracked pretty good last time out. That non-winners of 1, left from 4. He was on the inside the whole way. He rallied in for the deuce, 2-4-2, 30-1 on the end of it. And if you go down a little bit further on the card, you can see October 29th, left from 2. Again, he was inside most of the way, 3rd, 2-2-2, closed out 29-2. So he may be able to draft here today, and he'll be in a good spot when they swing for home here. I think he'll be part of it. Woodmere Dealer, 5-2.
And there's a look at the 6, Emma's Delight, 2-year-old filly by Arthur Blue Chip for Michelle Myers, Jamie Lynn Mosher, Barbie Affleck, and John Day. Michelle Myers, the trainer, Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. 6th lifetime start, looking for a top 3 finish this afternoon, Peter.
Yeah, she really hasn't put it together yet, but I think she has the speed maybe to go with these guys. You can see qualifier 3 back there, 2-4-2, 31-2 on the end of it. Then raced a couple of times in the non-winners of 1, 6th and 2-4, 2 back, and then last time on the 13th, left from 3, 6th, 2-5-2, closed 30-2. I think she's going to improve a little bit here today. Corey's going to drive, and we'll see what kind of a trip can be worked out, but we're going to put her in for 3rd here at 16-1.
So let's have a look at the odds for the upcoming second race, sponsored by Greenhawk. Solace Hanover on the rail for Kenny Murphy at 8-5. Woodmere Dealer, the 2 for Jason Hughes at 7-2. Blake's Agent is 3 for Jill Berrio. Your current choice on the board at 4-5. Outrageous Show is the 4 for Dale Spence at 13-1. Weather the Storm, post 5 for Kenny Arsenault at 8-1. And Emma's Delight, post 6 for Corey McPherson at 27-1. That's your field for the upcoming second race. Sponsored by Greenhawk. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon second race, a field of 6 2-year-olds, non-winners of one race lifetime, sponsored by Greenhawk. They're moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Solus Hanover, Woodmere Dealer, Blake's Agent, Outrageous Show, Weather the Storm, Emma's Delight, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough end pacing off stride at the rail. Solus Hanover's on the run getting out. Into the turn to take over the lead is Woodmere Dealer. Second is Blake's Agent, racing from third. From the outside is Emma's Delight. Away fourth, Outrageous Show. Moving up fifth from the outside is Weather the Storm. And the trailer back down facing in the safety lane is Solus Hanover. Along the backstretch they go, led by Blake's Agent, in line to Jill's Burial by 3 open lengths. Second is Woodmere Dealer, racing from third. That is Emma's Delight. Fourth at the rail, Outrageous Show. Now in fifth is Weather the Storm, trailing the field. Solus Hanover, 30 and 3/5 was the opening quarter. As they approach the 3/8, the leader is Blake's Agent. Closing up now at the rail, second is a Woodmere Dealer. End of the turn, third is Emma's Delight, racing from fourth, Outrageous Show. Weather the Storm has fifth, and then the trailer, that is Solus Hanover. Halfway home, led by Blake's Agent and Burial. Woodmere Dealer tracking along second, racing third. That's Emma's Delight. Off stride goes Outrageous Show. The opening half mile in 1:01 and 3/5 as they approach the 5/8. On the lead, Blake's Agent. Second, that's Woodmere Dealer. Emma's Delight third. Well back fourth is Weather the Storm. Solus Hanover fifth. And now the trailer. That's Outrageous Show. The 3/4 coming next. And Blake's Agent getting him there. Woodmere Dealer sticking with the leader. Dropping well back third. Emma's Delight. Now fourth is Weather the Storm. 3/4 in 1. 31 and 4 with an eighth of a mile left to come. It's Blake's Agent turning for home. Clear by 3. Second is Woodmere Dealer. Emma's Delight third. Weather the Storm fourth. In deep stretch here in the second. And Burial makes it look easy. Blake's Agent alone on the line. Woodmere Dealer is second. Show photo, maybe? No, that's going to be the 6. Emma's Delight hanging on third. 2 minutes, 4/5.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon second race, brought to you by Universal Media. There was no doubt about the winner in here. Blake's Agent, 2 minutes, 4/5, Peter.
Yeah, looked very good, Rock. We thought he'd be on the front end here today coming off that qualifier, and Joe pointed them there, got there 30-3. They were the leaders, 101-3. Jason sat in the 2-hole with Woodmere Dealer, but it was strictly chase up the backside, 131-4. And as our buddy Kurt Hughes says, Mr. Barrio sitting chilly in the bike here as they land on the wire first here. Blake's Agent getting it done in race number 2. Looks like Woodmere Dealer is second, and it was a good race for third. Emma's Delight does get there in the end for McPherson. They get the show dough in here. But no doubt about the winner, Blake's Agent and Barrio. They're back in the Red Shores winner circle next.
Now returning from the second race, number 3 is Blake's Agent. Bay pacing gelding 2 by Roll with Joe from the All-American Ingot Dam Wild Retreat, owned by Wayne McCrae of Fall River, Nova Scotia, trained and driven to victory by Jules Barrio. The colt debuts to a maiden record of 2 minutes and 4/5. Blake's Agent in the second down at trackside Greenhawk with the presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the second: Solus Hanover 5th, Woodmere Dealer 2nd, Blake's Agent the winner, Outrageous Show 6th, Weather the Storm 4th, Emma's Delight finished 3rd. Fractions were 30-3, 101-3, 131-4, and the mile was 2 minutes 4/5. In review, it's 5-2-1, 6-4-3. Blake's Agent paid $2.30, the exactor $4, triactor $14.10. The superfecta was $5.17. The early daily double, $8.80.
You can find our race day broadcast, race replays, and even additional chart lines by going to our world headquarters at Redshores.ca and clicking on the Racing tab. Watch for our new player portal coming soon to Redshores.ca.
Yeah, we'll slide in the picks here for race number 3. It is the first leg of the driving championship here this afternoon, and I'm going to head towards the 3 in here, Rocky. That's Outrageous Spirit. I do like the 4 for part of it. Mal Rebel, she's been racing pretty well. It's Amber Campbell today. And the 5, who I'm a little bit surprised is taking most of the money here, but David Dowling and I can do it. So I'm at 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I went a little different direction here. As I said to you earlier off camera, I try to beat the classifier, and you know, Gerard Smith, the classifier, he does a great job picking the horses, Pete. And,
sure does.
You know, like, if you can kind of beat him sometimes, you're doing something. So I went in a different direction. I went with 6, 7, 1 in here, Dancer's Pass. You know, based on class drop, she's racing against some pretty good mares, and shows that last mile in 1:57.3, come home in 28.4. So I put her on top. The 7, Black Electra, gets Mark Campbell today for second, and Elm Grove Nancy on the rail for Corey McPherson. So 6, 7, 1, and the classifier's choice is 3, 4, 8 in the upcoming third race, sponsored by Elm Grove Farms.
It's the first heat of the driving championship. Third race, Elm Grove Farms will present to the winner. Number 1 is Elm Grove Nancy. Corey McPherson driving today for owner-trainer Robert Phillips of Lou's Route 204. Windermere No Harm Done, number 2, is owned and trained by Travis Wilkie of Sturgeon. Today, Jill Barrio. Outrageous Spirit, number 3, is owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove and Kevin Peters of Emmyvale, trained by Kevin Peters. Today, Stephen Shepard drives. Ma Rebel, number 4, is owned by Brett McDonald and Taylor Fritz of Freelton, Ontario, trained by Jansen Sweet. Today, the drive goes to Amber Campbell. 5, I Can Do It, owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown, trained by Keith Ford, driven by David Dowling. Dancer's Pass, number 6, owned by John McKenzie of Springvale and Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire. Philip is the trainer. Mike McGuigan drives. 7, Black Electra, is owned and trained by Jansen Sweet of Rosebank. Mark Campbell. Number 8 is Starships Alicia, owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watts. Today, driven by Jason Hughes. There's 4 minutes wagering time on the third. Back to race day with Peter and Rocky next. Customers can sign the back of your uncashed tickets today for second chance draws and prizes.
And here it is. Yes, want to mention good luck to Gilles Barrio and Mark Campbell. They'll be representing Atlantic Canada at the National Driving Championship this Thursday, Rock, November the 24th. It's come up on us, and I think these two guys have a good shot.
Oh, absolutely. And I just looked there and I said Thursday, November 24th. I thought, geez, that's this Thursday coming. Yeah, so good luck, Jill and Mark, if you can hear us out there. I know you're on the track, but good luck, best of luck in Century Mile Racetrack and Casino in Edmonton this coming Thursday, November 24th.
And, Rock, since this is the first leg of the driving championship here today, let's kick it off here with some of the drivers and sponsors. And we'll, yes, here it is. Very nice by the control room. Corey McPherson, he'll be with Razzie's Roadhouse today. Gilles Barrio with Daniel R. Ross. Stephen Shepard with the Atlantic Classic Sale. And Amber Campbell with Gastus General Store.
That's right, Peter. And David Dowling with All-Star Cresting. Mike McGuigan with the Atlantic Vet College. Mark Campbell with Agro Co-op. And Jason Hughes with Red Shores.
Yeah, scoring system is if you win, first place is 10 points, second is 9 points, third is 8, fourth place is 7, fifth is 6th, sixth is 5 points, seventh is 4 points, eighth is 3 points, and if there is a scratched horse, that driver will get 5 points today as we kick it off here in race number 3.
And we know already that Gilles Barrio has 5 points, Peter, because there's a scratch in the 12th race.
That's right, yeah. So Gilles will get 5 points in race number 8. Big Bad Bruiser out today.
Let's go to the track for the afternoon's third race. Elm Grove Farms presentation to the winner. There's the 3, Outrageous Spirit, a 11-year-old mare by Articulator for Paul Holmes of Warren Grove and Kevin Peters of Emeryvale. Kevin the trainer, it's Stephen Shepard to drive today. A winner in her last start, Peter.
Yeah, she found her best stride last week. I thought she raced pretty well. F5, she was uphanded the action early on. Jason Hughes drove her last week, and you can see in the end she was a going-away winner by 3, 59-2, with a closer of 29-1. So certainly a confidence booster. She gets a good spot to work from here today. Stephen Shepard's going to be in the bike, so yeah, I kind of like her here today. This is a tough race to handicap. I think a lot of horses have a good chance in here, but we'll go with the 3, Outrageous Spirit, 5-1.
There's a look at the 4, Ma Rebelle. 6-year-old mare by Ameripan Gigolo for Brett McDonald and Taylor Fritz of Freelton, Ontario. Jansen Sweet, the trainer. It's Amber Campbell to drive today. A win and a 2 in her last 2 starts, Peter.
Yeah, she's been very sharp, Ma Rebelle. You mentioned the 1-2 back there. You can see she flew home in 28-4, got up at the very end to get it all, and it was a nice win, 58-4 here in Charlottetown. And then right back on the 13th, was on the lead briefly, tracked in for second, raced really well. Checkers Pride was the winner that day. That horse raced well, but Ma Rebelle right there for the dues, 2 minutes. And again, a good closer, 28-4. This horse can really storm home. So we'll see what Amber does here today, but they are taking most of the money right now, 4-5.
And here's a look at the 5, I Can Do It. 7-year-old mare by Western Paradise for Doug and David Neal of Charlottetown. Keith Ford, the trainer. It's David Dowling to drive today. Looking for the first win of 2022 today, Peter.
Yeah, again, I put her in for third here, and I do like the fact that Dowling's on this horse here today. You go down the lines, second there, 3 back, 2 minutes flat, and then on the edge is the last couple of weeks, 5th, 2 minutes, 3/5. And then again last week from the rail, tracked in for 4th, 2-1-2, 29-3. But I thought just maybe a little bit of a value play here today with Dowling hopping up on I Can Do It here from post 5. But the betting public, right when the odds flicked today, Rock, they were on this horse 2-1.
So let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming third race, sponsored by Elm Grove Farms. Elm Grove Nancy on the rail for Corey McPherson at 8-1. Windermere No Harm Done. Gilles Barrio to drive today at 41-1. Outrageous Spirit is the 3 for Stephen Shepard at 7-1. Ma Rebelle post 4 for Amber Campbell. 3-5 favorite right now. I Can Do It leaves 5 for David Dowling at 2-1. Dancer's Pass is the 6 for Mike McGuigan. Good odds, 10-1. Black Electra, 7 for Mark Campbell. Also good odds at 11-1. And the 8, Starships Alicia. Jason Hughes in the bike this afternoon at 24-1. That's your field for the upcoming third race, sponsored by Elm Grove Farms. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon's third race. Field of 8, presented by Elm Grove Farms. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Nancy, Windermere No Harm Done, Outrageous Spirit, Ma Rebel, I Can Do It, Dancers Pass, Black Electra, Starship's Alicia outside. 8 of them on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And the Paul McDonald Driving Championship starts right now. Up and pacing, Outrageous Spirit leaves out. Elm Grove Nancy along the rail between them. That's Windermere No Harm Done away third. To get away fourth, that's Ma Rebel. On the turn, I Can Do It is fifth. Dancers Pass sixth. Seventh is Starship's Alicia. The trailer in the early going, Black Electra on the back stretch for time 1. They go to the quarter mile led by Outrageous Spirit. In line to Stephen Shepard. Second is Elm Grove Nancy and McPherson. Barrio checks in third. He's got Windermere No Harm Done. In at the rail, fourth, Ma Rebel with Amber Campbell. Fifth is Dowling with I Can Do It. Moving up 6 on the outside is Starship's Alicia with Hughes. On the cone, 7th, that's McGuigan and Dancers Fast. Trailing the field is Black Electra for Mark Campbell. 29 and 2 open it up. And the backfield well in motion as they approach the half mile. The leader, Outrageous Spirit. I Can Do It came first up now to challenge that leader. Third up the rail is Elm Grove Nancy. On the outside, fourth, Starship's Alicia. Windermere No Harm Done is hemmed in at the rail, fifth. Third over in 6th, Dancers Pass. Outside for 7th is Ma Rebel. The trailer, that's Black Electra. 101 flat for half a mile. 3/8 left to go. Outrageous Spirit, the leader. I Can Do It, the challenger. Swinging out 3 wide. Third, Starship's Alicia coming at long odds. Fourth at the rail is Elm Grove Nancy. Dancers passes into it here on the outside, 5th. Windermere No Harm Done, nowhere to go. Then on the outside, Ma Rebel. At the back, that is Black Electra. 1:31 and 4 was the 3/4. They're 3 high with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. I Can Do It between them, the leader. Farthest one out, 3 deep is Starship's Alicia. Racing third, Outrageous Spirit. Wow, what a way to open up the driving championship. Set the camera up here. Girl power! Ma Rebel and Amber Campbell on the line. Then it looked like I Can Do It. And Elm Grove Nancy 2-0, 2 and 4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media in the third race this afternoon, Peter, sponsored by Elm Grove Farms. And it's your cousin Amber Campbell getting the job done here to open up the Paul McDonald.
What a finish here in race number 1. They were all fanned out here at the wire. They all had a chance to win it. To take you through it here, 29 and 2. Outrageous Spirit with the lead. Elm Grove Nancy second, 101 to the half. 131 and 4. They were moving. Starship Alicia was 3 wide for Hughes, but Amber was flying out of the clouds here late. You're going to see her coming into the picture here. She's storming on the end of it with Ma Rebel and going to get up here to win it. Yeah, here she is at the very end. As Vance said, girl power to kick it off here in the Horse Challenge Drivers Championship here this afternoon. Nice win for Amber, and Ma Rebel storming out of the clouds to win it all in race number 3.
Here comes Ma Rebel into the third race winner's circle. Bay facing mare 6 by Marapan Gigolo from the Apache's Fame Dam. Brianna's Attitude, owned by Brett McDonald and Taylor Fritz of Freelton, Ontario. Trained by Jansen Sweet. Amber Campbell picks up leg 1 of the driving championship today. The mile 202 and 4. Ma Rebel in the third at trackside Elm Grove Farms with the presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now in the third race. Elm Grove Nancy third, Windermere No Harm Done fourth. Outrageous Spirit was seventh. Ma Rebel the race winner. I Can Do It was second. Dancer's Pass finished fifth. Black Electra was eighth. Starship's Alicia finished sixth. The fractions were 29 and 2, 101, 131 and 4, and the mile 202 and 4. In review, 347, 125, 86. Ma Rebel returning 250. The Exactor 1010, Triactor 50-50, and the Superfactor 45-49.
Red Shores is now featured in 9 PEI hotels for the 2022 season guest receiver promotional play package, which even includes a taxi voucher when they sign up for our rewards club. Hotels include the Home and Grand, the Holiday Inn, the Delta Prince Edward, and more. Watch for the new hotel opening soon next to the Credit Union Place in Summerside.
Yeah, we're rolling the picks here for race number 4. It will be the second leg of the driving championship. Congratulations to Amber Campbell for kicking it off here today with Ma Rebel. I'm going back to Traces of Purple here. Steve Shepard will do the driving. I do like that horse today. I do like the horse in the rail, Acroturi. McGuigan gets along well with this horse. And yes, the 8, Miss Sangria for Corey McPherson this afternoon. So, Rock, I'm at 418.
Yeah, I just mixed it up a little bit. I put Miss Sangria on top. I know she's leaving 8, but she can get home and she shows some great miles in here. So I put her on top. So I'm like an 8-4-1, and you're on board with the classifier at 418. You'll see that throughout the day. You and the classifier are on board together.
Well, you can pick them. So I think I'm in good hands here today.
I mean, I did it too. Like I was going to rib you a little bit, and then I looked and I was like, oh, I did the same thing. So
we'll see how we do. 6 to go before race number 4.
Today's fourth race, sponsored by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. On parade, number 1, Acroturi. Owned by David Kent of North Rustico, trained by Kenny Arsenault, driven by Mike McGuigan. Mrs. Dragonfire 2 is owned by Reg Ferguson and Wayne McDonald. Reg is the trainer. Mark Campbell drives. Salzbrook Velveeta number 3, owned by Darren McKenzie of Charlottetown, trained by Todd Walsh. Jason Hughes. 4, Traces of Purple is owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Lose Route 204. Stephen Shepard drives. 5 is Silly Amos, owned by David Kent of North Rostico, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Today, Amber Campbell. Cinder Angelina 6, owned and trained by Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. Jill's Burial. Southern Heart 7, owned by Amber Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta. Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson. David Dowling. Miss Sangria 8 is owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Ronnie Gass. Corey McPherson drives. There's 4 minutes wagering time on the 4th race. Don't miss the Super High Five coming up in race number 5 with the low 15% takeout. Rocky Skierman and Peter McPhee with the Atlantic Dream Stable presentation picture comes next.
Yeah, and here it is. Thanks very much, Vince. We had the presentation yesterday here at Red Shores, and congratulations to winner Tyler Wilkie, the Atlantic Dream Stable 2022 winner. There is Tyler. Grand prize presented yesterday, and again, great work by everybody involved this year and everybody who was in the contest. It raised money this year, $1,640 this year, going to the IWK. And here is the group shot as well. Diane Stewart from the sponsor Phillips Agri Services, Zach Conway, PEI Harness Racing Industry, Adam Ramsey from the IWK, our winner Tyler Wilkie, the grand prize winner, and Cam McPhee, PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. Again, congratulations to everybody in the 2022 Atlantic Dream Stable.
Let's go to the track for the afternoon's 4th race. It's sponsored by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Landing on the 4 in here, Traces of Purple, 8-year-old mare by Brandon's Cowboy for Robert Phillips. He's the owner and the trainer. It's Stephen Shepard to drive today. 4 wins this season from 23 tries, Peter.
I thought she was good last week here in that 851 level where she left 5. Kenny Murphy was in the bike that day. She came first up, but again, she was grinding first up, finished third, 157 and 230 and 1 in the end. I thought she raced very well. And the one prior to that, at the 1061, left 7. You can see stormed home at 29 and 2 to grab the deuce, 159 and 2. I like this little horse, Traces of Purple, in a pretty good spot here today. Lands in the mid-pack. Stephen Shepard to drive at 5 to 2.
And there we see the rail sitter. That is Acrotieri, 6-year-old brown mare by Ameripan Gigolo for David Kent of North Rustico. Kenny Arsenault is the trainer, and it's Mike McGuigan to do the driving today. 3 wins from 24 starts this season and a record of 157 and 1, Peter.
You know, Mike gets along pretty well with her when you look at the chart lines here. He drove her 2 back there, October the 27th, left from 7, and you can see came home in 30 and 2, was third place 2 on that day, 59 and 4. And if you slide down a little bit further, September 22nd on the lines, left from 7 first up and was a good third, 59 and 2, closed out 29 and 4. So the last couple of times Mike has driven the horse has left from 7. So the good news is on the rail here today. Betting public's on board here, Rock 6 to 5.
And there is the 8. My top choice in here on a hunch, Miss Sangria. 10-year-old bay mare by Royal Majesty for Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Ronnie Gass, the trainer. It's Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. Look at the lines on her, Pete.
They don't come much more consistent than this mare, Rock. She's been great for my uncle over the years. Miss Sangria, owned by Alex McPhee, trained by Ronnie Gass. And again, you look down the line, she's been 1, 2, 3 in her last 3 starts. The 1-2 back, she raced really well. She was tucked in most of the way, slipped down the passing lane late and got the gold, 57 and 1, 29 and 3 on the end of it. She's got 38 lifetime wins, and she's just been a real nice purchase for Alec. She's there week in and week out, and like you say, Rock, if she's close to the top of the lane, don't be surprised if she sweeps many of them late.
You know, I just noticed, Peter, if Miss Sangria wins this race, she'll go over $100,000 in earnings here this afternoon.
Yeah, that's how consistent she's been throughout her career.
So it's getting close here. We'll look at the odds board for the upcoming fourth race, sponsored by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Acrotiri is on the rail for Mike McGuigan at 2-1. Miss Dragonfire, post 2 for Mark Campbell at 5-1. Salzbrook Velveeta leaves 3 for Jason Hughes at 11-1. Traces of Purple, that's your choice on the board at 4-5 for Stephen Shepard. Silly Amos from post 5 for Amber Campbell. Right now at 14-1, Cinder Angelina is the 6 for Jill Barrio at 19-1. Southern Heart leaves 7 for David Dowling at 23-1. And the 8, Miss Sangria, Corey McPherson in the bike, good odds at 5-1. That's your field for the upcoming fourth race. It's sponsored by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon's fourth race, sponsored by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. It's the second leg of the driving championship on Horseperson's Day here at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Acroturi, Mrs. Dragonfire, Salzbrook Velveeta. Traces of Purple, Silly Amos. Cinder Angelina, Southern Heart. Miss Sangria's outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and facing Traces of Purple, Silly Amos, Mrs. Dragonfire, Acroturi. Wow, a host of levers in here. And the farthest one out, Silly Amos, on the rail, that is Acroturi. Dropping in third with Mrs. Dragonfire, Traces of Purple. Now fourth. Fifth at the rail, Cinder Angelina. Southern Heart takes over sixth. Salzbrook Velveeta seventh, and now the trailer, that is Miss Sangria. They arrive at the quarter, led by Acroturi, in line to Mike McGuigan, freewheeling here, clear by 3 open. Second is Silly Amos, and their stablemates. Rounding the turn third, Mrs. Dragonfire. Traces of Purple is fourth. The quarter mile was solid. It went 28 and 2, and she's in unfamiliar territory. Right on the engine, Acroturi loose on the lead with McGuigan. Silly Amos for Amber Campbell is second. Mark Campbell's third with Mrs. Dragonfire. On the move in the outside, fourth, Traces of Purple with Shepard. On the rail, six is Cinder Angelina and Barrio. That's Dowling outside, racing their six around the turn with Southern Heart. Now seventh on the outside, Miss Sangria with McPherson. Trailing the field, Salzbrook Velveeta for Hughes. 58 and 2 was the half. They're going to 3/4. Acroturi the leader. Mrs. Dragonfire on the outside is second. Right there in the pocket, third. Silly Amos hanging on the outside, fourth is Traces of Purple. 3/4 up in 1:29 and 2. Shade more than an eighth of a mile to go. Acroturi clinging to the lead. Mrs. Dragonfire all out second. Silly Amos looking to double up Amber Campbell. Up the passing lane she comes. They're in deep. Stretch now. Oh, it's girl power in the early going today in the driving championship. Amber Campbell just doubles up. Silly Amos upsets them in 2 minutes flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's fourth race, sponsored by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Wow, Amber gets it done again in here, Pete.
Wow, she raced great again. She sprung the gate here today and really forced the action early on as they got over there in 28-2. She was able to sit in the 2-hole behind Aquaturi, who wanted to cut it here today, 58-2. 3-hole pop from Mrs. Dragonfire. Backside was 129-2, and they were duking it out on the front end, and Amber was just sitting there, sneaking down the passing lane late, 2 minutes flat. Purple Power to kick it off here on Horseperson's Day as Amber's won the first 2, and the driving championship here, Sweet Drive, sat in all the way and sneaks down the passing lane to get it all. Silly Amos and Amber back in the winner's circle next.
Here comes Silly Amos to the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing mare 4 by Steelhead Hanover from the Modern Art Dam Modern Example. Owned by David Kent of North Rustico, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Amber Campbell is in the driver's seat for back-to-back wins in the driving championship. For her double, the mile was 2 minutes. Silly Amos in the fourth at trackside. The Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission has the presentation.
By Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results now in the fourth race. Aquaturi was second, Mrs. Dragonfire third. Salzbrook Velveeta was eighth, Traces of Purple fifth. Silly Amos was the winner. Cinder Angelina seventh. Southern Heart was sixth. Miss Sangria finished fourth. The fractions went 28-2, 58-2, 129-2, and the mile 2 minutes. From the top, 238, 517, 64. Silly Amos paid $16.10 to win. The exactor $123.40. The triactor $378.40. Superfecta $196.20.
The Atlantic Invitational Series road to the Premier's Cup began with the Walter Dale at EPR, with events around the Maritimes, including the Governor's Plate, the Lindsay Cup, the Premier's Pace, the Rod Gauguin Memorial, the Johnny Conroy at Truro, and the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. The Atlantic Invitational Premier's Cup final was held at Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Sunday. The winner was Twin B Tough Enough for owner Patrick Morris, trainer Ron Matheson, and driver Jill Berrio. Watch for details to be announced soon on the 2023 Atlantic Invitational Series and the road to the Premier's Cup.
Yeah, it was terrific, that series this year, Rock. They raced all around the Maritimes, and the final was here, Breeders' Crown weekend. Congrats again to Twin B Tough Enough and the Connections on a terrific Atlantic Invitational Series, which will be back in 2023. As we roll in the picks here for race number 5, Amber Campbell is absolutely flying to start it off here, but I'm going to head towards the 3 here. Corey McPherson is doing well also in the driving championship. I do like the 6 for part of it. Today, Pacific Delight, and the 8, Steal Me a Treasure. So I'm at 368. Over to you.
Yeah, you know, I put the classifier's 4th choice in here for my first choice, Jay's Little Spark. Jill Berrio gets the catch driving call today. And, you know, at 158, the last start, she shows 157-1. She's 10-year-old mare. She's having a good season. 11 times from 31 starts here and over $7,000 in the bank. 159-1 season's best at Summerside. And we're coming up next with the Vance Cam.
The 5th rate is the Bernard Memorial for Emmett, Albert, and Jack with the trackside presentation. On parade, Jay's Little Spark, number 1, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis. Jill's Berrio drives. 2 Dueling Banjos, owned by Jay and Mary Jean Noyd, Denise and William Andrew, trained by Jay Noyd, David Dowling. Dusty Lane Zendaya 3 is owned and trained by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, Corey McPherson. Win or Lose, Drink to Booze is number 4, owned by Windermere Farms, Lana Murphy, and Lois Blaisdell, trained by Earl Watts, Jason Hughes driving. Catch a Few Rays, number 5, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Stephen Shepard. 6 Pacific Delight, owned by Jack Keenan of Stratford and Joseph Dahl of Burlington, Ontario, trained by Ron Matheson, today Mark Campbell. That's Me a Bad, number 7, owned by Mary Jean Noyd, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie, trained by Jay Noyd, driven by Amber Campbell. Number 8, Steal Me a Treasure, is owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training today, driven by Mike McGuigan. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our first super high 5 on this beautiful afternoon. I remember a lot of nasty days for Horseperson's Days, but this is not one of them. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. Here in the 5th, I'm going to go to the 3, Dusty Lane Zendaya. She's the ultimate of consistency for young trainer Alexis Gass, and keeps the services of McPherson today. I'm going to use her on top. I like the 6, Pacific Delight. I'll get Mark Campbell on the catch driving side. I like him when he jumps on one for the first time, or at least not for a long time. In here, I like the number 8 horse, Steal Me a Treasure, for 3rd. I'll lean on the 2 Dueling Banjos, and I'll close it out with Jay's Little Spark. From the booth, 36821. Downstairs to you, gentlemen.
You're matching me, Vance. I don't know. We didn't talk before the races, but I'm at 36821. So if you got it, I got it. Rock, over to you.
If you guys got it, I don't got it. Because I got the 1 on top in here. We got the same numbers. I have Jay's Little Spark on the rail for Jill Berrio. For 2nd, the 3, Dusty Lane Zendaya. For 3rd, the 6, Pacific Delight. For 4th, the 8, Steal Me a Treasure. And to round out my super high 5, it's the 2 Dueling Banjos. So I like 1, 3, 6, 8, 2 In the upcoming 5th race, it's the Emmett, Albert, and Jack Bernard Memorial, Peter.
Yeah, and Vance, how about Amber Campbell kicking it off here on the driving championship? A little bit of purple power here early.
Yeah, you got to love it in the early going when Amber jumps out with a pair of wins into the first 2 legs of it, Pete. It's going to make a really interesting afternoon.
Absolutely. Already got some winners here today. So if you hear your name, come on up to the top of the park here at the broadcast desk. We'll get you some prizes. Dave Stewart is a winner today. Dave Stewart, a winner. Graham McPhail, a winner as well. Rock, you got a few more?
Yeah, we have Wesley Hood and Gerard Baldwin, as well as Joe Gallant here, are winners here this afternoon. Come to the broadcast desk to pick up your prizes. So we'll have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 5th race. It's the Emmett, Albert, and Jack Bernard Memorial. Cooler presentation to the winner for race number 5. It's the Super High 5. Jay's Little Spark on the rail for Jill Berrio at 7-1. Dueling Banjos, post 2 for David Dowling at 10-1. Dusty Lane Zendaya is the 3 for Corey McPherson at 8-5. Win or lose, drink to booze, post 4 for Jason Hughes at 7-1. Catch a few rays, post 5 for Stephen Shepard at 6-1. Pacific Delight is the 6 for Mark Campbell at 3-1. That's Me a Bad, post 7 for Amber Campbell. She's hot this afternoon, 12-1. And Steal Me a Treasure, post 8 for Mike McGuigan at 6-1. That's your field for the upcoming 5th race. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon's 5th race, the Emmett, Albert, and Jack Bernard Memorial. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, field of 8. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Jay's a Little Spark, Dueling Banjos, Dusty Lane Zendaya. Win or lose, drink the booze. Catch a few rays, Pacific Delight, That's Me a Bad. Steal Me a Treasure outside, top of the stretch. What a wealth of harness racing knowledge. Emmett, Albert, Jack Bernard, wow, they knew it all. And a lot of people learned from them. Here's the memorial. Off and facing, off stride, or at least fancy stepping big time. Win or lose, drink the booze. Gonna lead it now. That is Dusty Lane Zendaya. In at the rail, Jay's a Little Spark. Win or lose, drink the booze. Finding a better stride now, 3rd. 4th up the rail, Dueling Banjos. On the outside, 5th is Steal Me a Treasure. Racing from 6, Catch a Few Rays. Then 7th, That's Me a Bad. And the early trailer is Pacific Delight as they race the backstretch, led to the quarter by Dusty Lane Zendaya. In line to Corey McPherson. 2nd is Jay's Little Spark for Jill Berrio. Win or lose, drink the booze. Races 3rd for Jason Hughes. Dueling Banjos and Dowling has 4th. Dropping in 5th was Steal Me a Treasure and McGuigan. That is Shepard and Catch a Few Rays 6. Racing 7th is Amber Campbell with That's Me a Bad. And trailing the field is Mark Campbell, and he's aboard Pacific Delight. 29-2 was the quarter. Now they're halfway home, led by Dusty Lane Zendaya. Tracking along in the 2-hole, that is Jay's A Little Spark. Third into the turn. Win or lose, drink the booze. 59-3 was the half. Moving up fourth is Steal Me a Treasure. At the rail, fifth is Dueling Banjos. Catch a Few Rays has 6. Pacific Delight seventh. Now the trailer. That's Me a Bad. The 3/4 coming next. Dusty Lane Zendaya widening the lead by 3. All out second is Jay's A Little Spark. Well ahead of the back bunch. Coming 3 high is Catch a Few Rays third. 3/4 of a mile in 1. 29-4. 1/8 of a mile out. And it's all Dusty Lane Zendaya here and McPherson. They're alone on the lead. Trying to hang on second is Jay's A Little Spark. Catch a Few Rays on the outside third. But it's Dusty Lane Zendaya in a rout here for Corey McPherson. Second is Jay's A Little Spark for Barry O. Catch a Few Rays rallies up third for Shepherd. 1:59-1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 5th race, brought to you by Universal Media. Jay's Little Spark sitting in the 2-hole today, but Dusty Lane Zendaya cut it all out, gets the job done here, Peter.
Yeah, we like her here today, Rock. Certainly in a good spot here today. We thought Corey would have her up hand of the action. 29-2, they are the leaders there. 59-3. Jay's Little Spark sitting in the 2-hole, like you said, watching it all unfold up front. 129-4. She starts to separate on the backside, and down the stretch they come here now. Yeah, Corey, little peek over the shoulder. Knows he's got it in hand here, though. 1:59-1. She's been really good since coming back. Today she's super sharp and goes all the way. 59-1. Jay's Little Spark second. Catch a Few Rays third. 3-1-5 in the 5th at Red Shores.
Dusty Lane Zendaya arriving at the 5th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare, she's 8 by I'm Canadian Now. From the boss of the Beach Dam, the Boss Daughter. Owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall. Alexis does the training. Corey McPherson put her on top at every call this afternoon, winning in 1:59-1. Dusty Lane Zendaya wires the 5th. Down at trackside, it's the Emmett, Albert, and Jack Burnett Memorial Cooler presentation. Here's the official results in the fifth. Jay's Little Spark was second. Dueling Banjo's fifth. Dusty Lane Zendaya, the race winner. Win or Lose, Drink the Booze, sixth. Catch a Few Rays, third. Pacific Delight, fourth. That's Me a Bad was seventh. Steal Me a Treasure finished eighth. Fractions were 29 and 2, 59 and 3, 129 and 4, and the mile 159 and 1. From the top, 251, 634, 78. Dusty Lane Zendaya paid $440. The Exactor 3680, Triactor 239.40. Super High 5 was out there at 88.06.
Red's Gold Cup Lounge on the casino floor has meal and deal, 4:30 to 7 o'clock every Friday in November. Traditional lobster roll, crispy fries, and dessert, $19.95. Rewards Club members get $10 in free play or match play.
Okay, here's the selections quickly, Rock. They're coming up the chute here and ready to go here. I like a 1-2-5 in here. And you're close as well.
I like a 2-1-5, and the classifier is with you
1-2-5.
at 1-2-5.
Yep, horses on the track.
The sixth race sponsored by Cardigan Feed Services, number 1 MD's Girl, owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal and Keith Ford, trained by Keith Ford, Mark Campbell driving. Roses for Jenny, number 2, is owned by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. Pleasing Pink, number 3, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish. Brady Sweet is the trainer-driver. J.J. Kinley, number 4, is owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Kenny Arsenault driving. 5 Checkers Pride, owned by Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald of Stanhope, trained by Melissa Rennie, David Dowling. Elm Grove Quest, number 6, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones. Jill's Barrio drives. Number 7, Brookdale Maggie, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Corey McPherson up. 4 minutes wagering time on today's sixth race. Ladies and gentlemen, our harness racing community has lost some longtime members, and we'd like to honor them today. Our thoughts, prayers, and condolences go out to the families of the late Gerald Mickey Dunn, the late Robbie Gill, and the late Donnie McGuigan. I would ask you to please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So we're going to go out to the track for the afternoon 6th race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Peter landing on the rail sitter in here along with the classifier. That's MD's Girl, 3-year-old filly by Pang Shui. For Gordon and David and Douglas Neal and Keith Ford, Keith the trainer, Mark Campbell back in the driver's seat this afternoon. Was an impressive winner, 3 back.
Yeah, and again, you're right, Rock. Left from 3 on that day. You can see made a move early in the race, got to the front, and then went on to win by 3 lengths. 58-2, closed out 29-4. And a little bit further down, you can see it was a start on the 13th of October. Left from 2. Mark put this horse right on the point. They were winners. 58-2, closed out 29-1. So I think she's going to get an inside journey here today. Not sure if she'll be on front or maybe in the 2-hole here today, but we like her to win at a 2-5.
And here's a look at my top selection here. That is the 2, Roses for Jenny, 3-year-old filly by Pang Shui. For Alan McDonald of East Biddeford, Jason Hughes, the trainer and the driver. She has some impressive chart lines, Peter.
Yeah, she sure does, and she almost got there last week. She was flying down the passing lane and just missed by a quarter of a length last time out. That was from the 3-hole. Jason very patient throughout the race, but they were surging on the end of it to get the deuce. 59, closed out 29-1. You go a little bit further down, like you said, Rocky, in the middle of the page there, October the 20th, left off the rail, good third, 58, closed out in 30-3. Does have the 3 wins this year, the quickest, 57-1 here in Charlottetown. Still looking for Gerard Baldwin. Gerard, you're a winner today on our second chance draws. So Gerard Baldwin, if you're still with us, come to the top of the park to pick up your prize.
There's a look at the 5, Checkers Pride, 3-year-old filly by Source of Pride for Marcia Knox, Kyla McDonald, Melissa Rennie, the trainer. It's David Dowling to do the driving today. 2 in a row for this filly, Peter.
I thought she was great last week. As I said in the write-up, David didn't panic last week. Sat at the back just briefly. But once he moved this horse, it was brush and crush time. Went to the front and then drove away to win by a length and 3/4, 59-3, closed out in 28-3. And the one prior to that was good as well at the 401 level. Again, a winner by 6 and change, running off the screen, 58-2, closed out 28-3. So she is absolutely rolling as Checkers Pride, and the price is right today, looking for 3 in a row at 5-2.
So we'll have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 6th race, sponsored by Cardigan Feed Services. MD's Girl is your favorite on the board right now at 3-5 for Mark Campbell. Roses for Jenny, post 2 for Jason Hughes at 2-1. Pleasing Pink leaves 3 today for Brady Sweet at 26-1. JJ Kinley is number 4 for Kenny Arsenault at 15-1. Checkers Pride, post 5 for David Dowling at 5-2. Elm Grove Quest leaves 6 today for Jill Berrio, 28-1. And the 7, Brookdale Maggie for Corey McPherson at 15-1. That's your field for the upcoming 6th race. We want you in the action here this afternoon. Good luck with your selections. There's a field of 7 moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the afternoon 6th race. Sponsored by Cardigan Feed Services. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
MD's Girl, Roses for Jenny, Pleasing Pink. J.J. Kinley, Checkers Pride. Elm Grove Quest, Brookdale Maggie. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing at the rail. MD's Girl is the first one out. Roses for Jenny is second. Third one to the turn. Pleasing Pink from the outside. Fourth is Elm Grove Quest. Far outside, coming 3 wide. Fifth, Brookdale Maggie. Then it's J.J. Kinley, and the early trailer going off stride is Checkers Pride. On the backstretch they go. It's MD's Girl for Mark Campbell. Up front and on the lead. Roses for Jenny is second, dropping in third. That's Brookdale Maggie. Back into fourth is Pleasing Pink. Elm Grove Quest is fifth. That's J.J. Kinley sixth, and the trailer, Checkers Pride. 29-2 was the opening quarter. Midway on the upper turn for the first time. Arriving next at the 3/8, led by MD's Girl. 2-hole ride to Roses for Jenny with the leaders third. Brookdale Maggie gapping out fourth. That's Pleasing Pink, and moving out fifth is Elm Grove Quest. Back into sixth is J.J. Kinley, and the trailer, that is Checkers Pride. They're halfway home, led by MD's Girl and Mark Campbell. Roses for Jenny second, third into the turn, Brookdale Maggie. Dropping in fourth, Elm Grove Quest, 59-3 the half. Racing fifth is Pleasing Pink, J.J. Kinley sixth. Checkers Pride is seventh, up the backstretch for the final time. 3/4 pole land, they go there now, led by MD's Girl. Roses for Jenny, a textbook 2-hole ride. Brookdale Maggie is sent to the outside third. Elm Grove Quest closing up at the rail fourth. Then in the backfield, Pleasing Pink, Checkers Pride. J.J. Kinley, 3/4 in on. 29-3 with an 8th left to go. MD's Girl trying to see it through. Roses for Jenny. Now coming to the outside with a stretch drive. Brookdale Maggie third. Elm Grove Quest up the inside. Deep stretch now. MD's Girl. Roses for Jenny. MD's Girl hangs on for Mark Campbell. Roses for Jenny second. Brookdale Maggie third. 1:59.4. There goes the inquiry sign. The 6th race goes under a judge's inquiry. The judge's inquiry is on the 5 entry, Checkers Pride, and the break in the first turn.
Well, here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon 6th race. MD's Girl right down the road today, Peter.
Yeah, we liked her from here, Rock. If you go down the lines, you saw that start, 5 down on the lines, exactly the same start where she went gate to wire. Mark on the point today, 29-2. Jason in the 2-hole, like we set it up in the pre-race, 59-3, still a boss. MD's Girl and Campbell, 3/4, 129-3, and they're going to decide it in the lane, the 1 and the 2. Mark on the inside, Jason popping out of the 2-hole, challenging late, looking over his mark. He knows he's going to hang on here and just edge out the 2 at the wire. 159-4 right down the highway for MD's Girl in the 6th at Red Shores.
Dealing with the 6-race judges' inquiry, no violations. Here comes MD's Girl into the 6-race winner's circle, bay-facing filly 3 by Pang Shui. From the Yankee Leader Dam, MD Casey's Charm, owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. Trained by Keith Ford and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Filly on top at every call today, winning in 1:59 and 4. And for the filly, that becomes her 5th lifetime victory. MD's Girl in the 6th. At trackside, the Cardigan Feed Services has the presentation. Here's the official results in race 6. MD's Girl, the winner. Roses for Jenny, 2nd. Pleasing Pink, 7th. J.J. Kinley, 6th. Checkers Pride was 5th. Elm Grove Quest finished 4th. Brookdale Maggie was 3rd. Fractions of 29 and 2. 59 and 3. 129 and 3. And the mile, 159 and 4. In review, it's 127, 65, 43. MD's Girl paid $5 to win. The exactor $9, triactor $55.40. Superfecta was $20.97.
Get the latest edition of the Atlantic Post Calls. Atlantic Post Calls covers harness racing in Atlantic Canada and features some great stories from contributors like Dr. Don Ling, Kurt Hughes, yours truly, Shannon Doyle, and others. Managing editor Fred Fiddler McDonald and Gail McDonald. Pick up your copy of the Atlantic Post Calls right here at Red Shores and other island locations.
So, Rock, we're going to the 4th leg of the driving championship, and boy, it's tight. It always is in these competitions. And thanks to Matt and everybody in the control room for getting us the updated totals as we head into leg number 4 this afternoon, Rock. Corey McPherson, we talked about him in the pre-race. We thought he'd be close here today. He's leading the way with 25 points on the day, and we'll do a little bit of an update just here in a second. Yeah, so here is the update just to let you know. This is the way it's lined up in the program. So Corey McPherson with Razzie's Roadhouse. Corey with 25 points.
That's right. And Amber Campbell, she got 2 wins today. She's in second with 24.
Yeah, Gilles Barrio and David Dowling. Gilles with Daniel R. Ross Limited. He's got 20.
Yep, that's right. And for David Dowling, he's got 20 from All-Star Cresting.
Yeah, 18 for Stephen Shepard, an Atlantic Classic Sale.
Yeah, Mike McGuigan's got 18 for the Atlantic Vet College.
Mark Campbell as well, Agro Co-op with 18.
And Jason Hughes for Red Shores, he's got 13 points.
The 7th race on the track for the parade, sponsored by Kenmac Energy. Number 1, Bold and Bad, is owned and trained by Dina Clove, New Haven, driven by Jason Hughes. I See True Grit wears number 2, owned by Joey Gallant of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, today Mike McGuigan. Melanie's Magic 3, owned by Peter Lanigan and Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Saul Lanigan, driven by Amber Campbell. Painted Pony 4 is owned and trained by Raymond White of Belfast. David Dowling will drive. Shane Baglow does the post parade. 5 is Stony Curtis, owned by Gregory Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine, trained by Chris Davies. Mark Campbell driving. The Big Chase number 6, owned by Ian and Kenneth McKinnon and Sonny McDougall, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Number 7 is Emperor, owned and trained by Jeff Lewis of Moncton, New Brunswick, driven by Gilles Barrio. Number 8 is Bugger Max, owned by Gordon White and Dale Orr of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Earl Watts. Stephen Shepard drives. There's 4 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to the broadcast desk with Peter McPhee and Rocky Skierman and the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Well, thank you very much, Vance. The first 6 in the book here today as we kick it off here. Race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Race number 1 today. Miss Chantal Maccabee here was in the middle after they went 29-3, 101-1, 132-4, 203-1. Miss Chantal Maccabee is going to cross the wire first, but will be set back for interference on number 4 here today. So placed first was Bet the Deck, and Jason Hughes to kick it off here today. 6:10 on the nose, 60-70, 426.90.
In the second race, sponsored by Greenhawk, we saw 2-year-old Roll with Joe Colt, Blake's agent, go wire to wire today for Gilles Barrio, 30-3, 101-3, 131-4. An impressive winner. 2 minutes, 4/5. Up for second, the 2, Woodmere Dealer, Emma's Delight in there for third. So we hit a tractor, 326, $14.10.
Race number 3 kicked it off here today. The driving championship, Elm Grove Farms was the sponsor of the race. What a finish this was here today as they fanned out. But look who's on the far outside. That's Maha Rebel and Amber Campbell storming on the end of it to get there. 2:02-4 to kick it off. Nice drive by Amber here today. Maha Rebel getting up late to win it. 250 on the nose. 10-10 was the exactor. 50-50 the try in race number 3.
In the fourth race, sponsored by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission, Silly Amos in the 2-hole for Amber Campbell. She's going to go back-to-back today. Gets the job done, 28-2, 58-2, 129-2. 2 minutes flat. In for second is the stablemate Acro Thierry. Mrs. Dragonfire third. Exactor $123.40. The Triactor $378.40.
Excellent pay as Amber gets it done there in race number 4. Moving on to race number 5, the Bernard Memorial. Emmett, Albert, and Jack right down the highway today for Dusty Lanes today. She was on the drop, and she popped here today. 29-2, 59-3, 129-4. A going-away winner, 159-1 for Dusty Lanes and Corey McPherson. 440 on the nose, and you can see the exactor there at 36.80. The try at 239.40.
In the 6th race, sponsored by Cardigan Feeds, MD's Girl, Mark Campbell, they were the boss, 29-2, the half, 59-3, 3/4, 129-3, and at the rail here is MD's Girl, gets the job done, 159-4, her 5th win of her career. Roses Virginia in there for 2nd, Brookdale Maggie is 3rd, the exactor $9 tractor, $55.40. The race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association are having memberships draws this afternoon, part of Horse Persons Day. And the first 2 members to receive the Clarence Farm Services Limited gift certificates are Trevor Hicken and Trish Hardy. So Trevor Hicken and Trish Hardy, those gift certificates are available at the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association booth. It's located on the south end of the grandstand.
And we got some more winners here this afternoon. Chris Reason was a winner. Corey Wall, Anna Mae Wall, also winners this afternoon.
Yeah, Clarence Gallant is a winner as well. Lawrence DeVoe and Alan Smith. So if you've heard your name, come to the top of the park at the broadcast desk to pick up your prize.
And we're going to go out to the track for the afternoon 7th race. It's a driving championship leg. It's sponsored by Kenmac Energy. And Peter, you're landing on the 3 in here. Melanie's Magic. Amber Campbell looking to triple up today.
Looking to triple up.
8-year-old horse by Hypnotic Blue Chip for Peter Lanigan and Sandra Stead. Saul Lanigan is the trainer, and Amber is in the bike this afternoon, Peter.
Yeah, she's rolling along here. Already has a couple of wins. I like the start 2 back for Melanie's Magic at that non-winners of $1,111. Left from 4. Got a little bit of a sting job earlier in that race, but ended up second, 57-2, 29-4. In the end, it was a real nice trip. And then if you slide down a little further, 951s. Again on the point that day for Barrio. Second by half a length, 56-2. Closed out, 28-3. I think the horse will be up handy the action here, and we like the chances of Melanie's Magic at 8-5.
And there's a look at the 6th, the Big Chase. 5-year-old by Western Paradise for Ian McKinnon, Kenneth McKinnon, and Sonny McDougall. Trained by Corey McPherson. He's also in the bike this afternoon. 13 times in the top 3 from 26 starts, Peter.
Big chance here today. Left from 5 last time. Just beaten half a length, 2 minutes closed. 30-4 was third. On the chart lines, 3 down as well. I like his chances for a big part of it here today. The Big Chase, 9-5.
The 7th race is presented by Kenmac Energy. They're moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Bold and Bad, I See True Grit, Melanie's Magic Painted Pony, Stony Curtis, the Big Chase, Emperor, Bugger Max, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing and a host of leavers here. Wow, there's a half a dozen of them leaving out. On the rail, it's Bold and Bad to lead it. I See True Grit is second. Up in between horses, Melanie's Magic. Way wide. That's the Big Chase. 3 high fourth. Getting away 5th, Painted Pony. On the outside, 6th, Stony Curtis. 7th towards the rail. That is Emperor trailing the field. Bugger Max. Showtime at Charlottetown. Wow, they're 3 wide. Over to the opening quarter, and on the far outside, that's the Big Chase. He's going to pay a price to lead it, and the pay price was 28. and 2, and he has not cleared. Bold and Bad keeps him on the outside. Melanie's Magic getting a trip of a lifetime third. Then in fourth towards the rail. I See True Grit. There goes Painted Pony. Underway fifth. Stony Curtis sixth. Emperor seventh. Bugger Max trails the field. Oh, the good old-fashioned brouhaha in the Paul McDonald Memorial Driving Championship. Take a look at the half mile. 56-4. Another 28 and 2/4. Wow, the Blue Knight. He is serious here. Bold and Bad, the leader. Melanie's Magic and Amber Campbell is there second. 3 high, Dowling and Painted Pony third. In at the rail fourth. I See True Grit and McGuigan. Tiring fifth, the Big Chase and McPherson. On the outside sixth, Tony Curtis and Mark Campbell. Emperor coming on the far outside with Barry 07th. Trailing the field. Bugger Max and Shepard 3/4 1. 27 and 3. They're homeward bound. Bold and Bad still there. Here is Melanie's Magic on the outside. Deep stretch. Now landing on the line next. Oh boy, here's Amber Campbell. She triples up in the driving championship. Second, Bold and Bad with the Blue Knight used. Looked like Barrio closing up third with Emperor. They were tired, and they stopped the clock in 1:59 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon 7th race, sponsored by KenMac Energy. And Peter, you got to be happy. She's your cousin. And what a career day for Amber Campbell. She's going to remember this for the rest of her life.
Absolutely. She's driving great here today, and she took advantage of a front-end battle as they were duking it out on the point. Bold and Bad in the Big Chase. No one wanted the front end more than those two. 28 and 2, 56 and 4. Jason demanding it with Bold and Bad. Amber sitting in the 2-hole through that battle, and 127 and 3 as the Big Chase was put away on the backside, and down the stretch they come. The 1, Bold and Bad still hanging around late, but Amber sitting in the 2-hole angles out late with Melanie's Magic and reaches up to score. 1:59 flat. Lake Rock said it's a career day for Amber Campbell. She's got 3 winners in race number 7 at Red Shores.
Well, what a day for Mrs. Campbell this afternoon, and we're only halfway through the card here at a beautiful mid-November afternoon at the driving park in Charlottetown. Amber picks up her 3rd winner of the driving challenge today as she triples up with Melanie's Magic, pacing Brown Stallion 8 by Hypnotic Blue Chip, off the Genesis Beach Boy Dam Autumn Magic, owned by Peter Lanigan and Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Saul Lanigan, driven to victory by Amber Campbell, her 3rd winner on the day. The mile 1:59, Melanie's Magic in the 7th at trackside KenMac Energy had the presentation. Here's the official results in the 7th. Bold and Bad was 2nd. I See True Grit 6th. Melanie's Magic the winner. Painted Pony 5th. Stony Curtis 4th. The Big Chase was 8th. Emperor finished 3rd. Bugger Max was 7th. Fractions 28 and 2. 56 and 4. 127 and 3. And the mile 159. From the top 261. 548. 37. Melanie's Magic returning 620. The Exactor 3010. The Triactor 243.60. Superfecta 52.28.
Tag your ticket with the Wild Horse is an exclusive play for on-track customers. You can tag your ticket for a chance to win a jackpot of $25. It's offered on every race. The Wild Horses tag is an instant pick ticket for on-track customers only. Ask your seller to tag your ticket with the Wild Horses.
Okay, we're going to roll in the picks here for race number 8 here this afternoon. Clarence Farm Services Limited trackside presentation. And Rock, we're all heading towards the 3 here. Hamax Dragonator, we think he'll be up close to the action here today. May go right down the road. I do like the 1 for part of it. Slide Guitar, David Dowling on the inside here today. And I'm going to put the 4 in as well. Stonebridge Sting. It's Mike McGuigan, so I'm at 3-1-4.
I'm at 3-2-1, as he said. You know, we all like the 3 in here. But I put J.K. Cowboy in there for second. He's dropping down in class this afternoon. Shows some good miles in his card. And for third, the 1, Slide Guitar. So I like 3-2-1 in the upcoming 8th race in 7 minutes. And there's a shot of the 4th place finish for the afternoon's 7th race. You'll see the 5, Stony Curtis, over the 4, Painted Pony in that 4th place picture. Great shot by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
And we also have a couple of more winners this afternoon. If you're still with us here, Clarence Gallant is a winner in the second chance prize draws here. Clarence Gallant and Lawrence DeVoe. So Lawrence DeVoe, Clarence Gallant.
And Chris Reason, come to the broadcast desk for your prizes.
Eighth race on the track for the parade, sponsored by Clarence Farm Services Limited. Slide Guitar 1 is owned by David Dowling and Brittany Watts of Springvale. David trains and drives. 2, J.K. Cowboy is owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. Stephen Shepard up. 3 is Hamax Dragonator, owned by Bobby Joe Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, driven by Jules Barrio. Stonebridge Sting number 4, owned by Darrell, Tyler, and Ryan Neal of Winslow, trained by Darrell Neal, today Mike McGuigan. 5 is E-Gamer, owned by Garth and Haley Cole of Kensington, trained by Garth Cole, today driven by Corey McPherson. Wims Drop-Off 6, owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, driven by Amber Campbell. Number 7 is Mayhem Man, owned by Mary Jean and Jay Noy of Clyde River, trained by Jay Noy. Jason Hughes drives. 8 is Winsong Quincy, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, today driven by Mark Campbell. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Welcome to Annual Horsepersons Day, presented by the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association. Customers can sign the back of their uncashed tickets for second chance draws and prizes. Peter McPhee and Rocky Skierman are coming up next on Race Day.
Thanks very much, Vince. 4 minutes to go here before race number 8. Earlier this week, we had the presentation for the Atlantic Dream Stable, and the winner this year was Tyler Wilkie. And here's a great group shot. We have Diane Stewart on the left there, the sponsor from Phillips Agri-Services. Zach Conway is there from the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. Adam Ramsey with IWK. Tyler Wilkie there, the winner, and Cam McPhee from the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. So $1,640 was raised for the IWK Foundation this year due to the great participants and everybody involved with the Atlantic Dream Stable 2022. There is the winner right there, Tyler Wilkie. Great job by Tyler. And again, thanks to everybody for taking part in the Atlantic Dream Stable.
Let's go up to the track for the afternoon's 8th race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot, $25. This race sponsored by Clarence Farm Services Limited. And there's the 3, Hamax Dragonator, 8-year-old by Articulator for Bobby Joe Matheson of Charlottetown. Ronnie Matheson, the trainer. Gilles Barrio in the driver's seat here this afternoon. 9 times in the top 3, including a win this season, Pete.
Yeah, and again, he shot off the wings last time for post 7, and he led for a long way. Got a little weary at the end, finished 4th, 2:01.1, closed out 31-3. The track was off 2 seconds on that day, so he got a little bit tired on the end of it from post 7. It was still a pretty good effort, but he moves inside here today, Rock, to post 3, and I think he will be close to the lead or on or near the lead here today for Barrow. They got a big shot here, moving in from post 7 to post 3 here today at 3-5.
And there's a look at the rail sitter, Slide Guitar, 8-year-old bay horse by Brandon's Cowboy for David Dowling and Brittany Watts of Springvale. David the trainer and the driver. 3 wins this season from 19 tries, 156-2 record, equaling record at Charlottetown, Pete.
Yeah, and again, left 6 last time at the 4:01 level, sat at the back, and then rallied late, was 5th, but really closer than you think when you take a closer look at that line, 5th. Only beaten 2 lengths at the end. 2 minutes the charted time, 31 on the end of it. So it was getting closer as they were closing in at the wire last time. And like you said, gets the rail here today. So I think a little bit of a nicer journey here. Will be tucked in for a long way here today. Dowling knows the horse very well. So I think they got a shot here at the top 3, 3-1.
And there's a look at the 4, Stonebridge Sting, 9-year-old by Badlands Hanover for Darrell and Tyler and Ryan Neal of Winslow. Darrell Neal is the trainer. It's Mike McGuigan to drive today. 9 times in the top 3 from 23 starts, 157-2 season's best at Summerside, Pete.
I think a bit of a shot here today. This is maybe a bit of a value play, Stonebridge Sting. If you look over, like you said, pretty good summary this year. Does have the 3 wins from 23 starts, 57-2, the quickest in Summerside. So the good news is dropping down here today. Stonebridge Sting lands in the middle. Mike McGuigan to drive here today. So yeah, a little bit of a value play here, 7-1.
So we'll have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 8th race, sponsored by Clarence Farm Services Limited. Slide Guitar, leaving on the rail for David Dowling at 3-1. J.K. Cowboy, post 2 for Stephen Shepard. at 6-1. The 3 Hamax Dragonator. Jill Berrio, your current choice on the board at 4-5. Stonebridge Sting is the 4 for Mike McGuigan at 7-1. E-Gamer post 5 for Corey McPherson at 18-1. Wims Drop Off will leave 6 for Amber Campbell. Right now 7-1. Mayhem Man post 7 for Jason Hughes, 51-1. And the 8 Windsong Quincy for Mark Campbell at 9-2. That's your field for the afternoon's 8th race. We want you in on the action this afternoon. Don't get shut out at the windows. Good luck with your selections. And we have some more winners in the prize draws this afternoon. Evan Ford is a winner. Tammy McFadgen is a winner. Shirley Phillips.
Yep, Bob Roach is a winner as well. Clarence Gallant, Melanie Miller, and Lawrence DeVoe.
And Chris Reason is also a winner.
Top of the park to pick up your prizes. If you heard your name, come to the top of the park to pick up your prizes.
And June Maynard, also a winner in the second chance draws this afternoon. June Maynard, come to the broadcast desk. The afternoon's 8th race, sponsored by Clarence Farm Services Limited, Driving Championship. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Slide Guitar, J.K. Cowboy, Hamax Dragonator, Stonebridge Sting, E-Gamer, Wims Drop Off, Mayhem Man, Windsong Quincy outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and facing Hamax Dragonator, the first one out. Stonebridge Sting is second. Third into the turn is Sly Guitar. To get away fourth, as they move over to the 8th pole, is J.K. Cowboy. E-Gamer's in 5th, then it's Wims Drop Off 6th. 7th is Mayhem Man, the trailing the field. Windsong Quincy's quarter pole bound. They're strung out a tad here in the early going. Berrio leads it aboard Hamax Dragonator. Right there in the 2-hole is Stonebridge Sting with Mike McGuigan. Gapping in 3rd is Sly Guitar for David Dowling. 4th onto the turn, J.K. Cowboy and Stephen Shepard. 28-1 was a solid beginning. Racing from 5th is E-Gamer with Corey McPherson. Wims Drop Off around the turn 6 with Amber Campbell. Back into 7th, Mayhem Man and Jason Hughes. Trailing the field, Windsong Quincy and Mark Campbell. They're halfway home in the 8th, led by Hamax Dragonator. Racing from 2nd is Stonebridge Sting. Closing up 3rd is Sly Guitar. Moving up 4th on the outside is E-Gamer. 57-1 for an opening half mile. They approach the 5-8 and Hamax Dragonator clear by 3. Stonebridge Sting strictly giving chase here. From the outside, E-Gamer is picked up 3rd. Sly Guitar at the rail 4th. Now in 5th, J.K. Cowboy. 6th is Wims Drop Off. Windsong Quincy 7th. And trailing the field, Mayhem Man. They're on by the 3/4. Hamax Dragonator still there. The long shot now up 2nd. E-Gamer. 3/4 in 1. 28-2. They approach the 7/8 led by Hamax Dragonator. 2-length advantage. Stonebridge Sting is 2nd. E-Gamer 3rd. Sly Guitar on the far outside 4th. Down the stretch they come. Berrio's all over. Hamax Dragonator. Can he get there? Here's Amber Campbell up the inside with Wims Drop Off. Hamax Dragonator hangs on for Berrio. 2nd is Wims Drop Off for Amber Campbell. Stonebridge Sting held 3rd for Mike McGuigan. Time for the mile in 2 minutes. 2/5.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 8th race, sponsored by Clarence Farm Services Limited, right down the road for Halmax Dragonator. But look at Amber in here, too.
I'm telling you, she's hanging around that top spot is Amber Campbell. But let's talk about Barrio and Halmax Dragonator. You know, we thought moving in here today, the horse would get a great trip and certainly put on the point by Jill. 28-1, 57-1. They're the boss past the opening half. 128-2. A little bit of separation up the backside and down the stretch they come here. Look who's flying down the passing lane. Wims drop off and Amber Campbell. They're going to rally up here, but can't quite get there in the end as Halmax Dragonator goes gate to wire and wins it. 2 minutes and 2/5 for Gilles Barrio here, getting the job done in race number 8. Looks like the 6 is second and the 4 is third. Halmax Dragonator, Gilles Barrio in the winner's circle next.
Halmax Dragonator in the 8th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding Ape by Articulator off the Dragon Again Dam Halmax Dragon, owned by Bobby Joe Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Ronnie Matheson. Gilles Barrio's second winner today for the double. The horse picks up his 25th lifetime victory this afternoon. Time of the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. Halmax Dragonator in the 8th. Clarence Farm Services Limited has made the trackside presentation. Now the official results in race 8, Sly Guitar 5th, J.K. Cowboy 7th. Halmax Dragonator the winner. Stonebridge Sting 3rd. E-Gamer 4th. Wims Drop-Off 2nd. Mayhem Man was 8th. Windsong Quincy finished 6th. Fractions were 28-1, 57-1, 128-2, and the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. In review, it's 5-7-1, 3-4-2, 8-6. Halmax Dragonator paid $330. The exactor 55.10, triactor 272.10, and the superfecta was 160.59.
Last call for 50-50. Blaine is up in the top of the park here right now. Last call 50-50 over $400. to the winner. Last call, 50-50. Red Shore, Charlottetown and Summerside offers a complete menu of off-track betting locations. We've invested in new state-of-the-art betting terminals. Sign up for your own Fast Bet card program to get rewards every month. And now free programs daily for our simulcast customers. You can play the action from your mobile with HPIBet.com. Simulcast theaters open daily, featuring all the action from the biggest tracks in North America.
Yeah, we're ready to roll in the picks here again as we work on race number 9 here this afternoon. And again, it is another leg of the driving championship here. Pollard Roofing, Reg A-Flack Memorial here. Rock, I'm heading to the 3, and here's Sam McKee Hanover. It's Mark Campbell. I do like the 8 for part of it, Dowling on JK Express. And I put in the 1 better than cash. Why not? It's Amber Campbell.
Why not? You know, the classifier did. So, I mean, 3-8-1, you're on board with the classifier. I put the 4 in there, Arnold the Paperboy. Gilles Barrio gets the call today, so I like 3-8-4. You're at 3-8-1 along with the classifier in 7 minutes for the 9th. And some winners in the second chance draws here this afternoon. Chris Reason, Melanie Miller, Shirley Phillips, and June Maynard come to the broadcast desk.
Yeah, Clarence Galland as well, and Lawrence DeVoe. If you've heard your name, see us at the top of the park on the second level.
The 9th race is the Pollard Roofing Reg Flack Memorial. Trackside presentation goes to the winner. On parade, better than cash number 1. Amber Campbell of Charlottetown owns, trains, and drives. 2 Slade, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Wade Myers. Today, Jason Hughes drives. 3 Sam McKee Hanover. Mark Campbell at the lines for owner-trainer Troy Murray of Clyde River. Arnold the Paperboy 4 is owned by Willie McKay of Bedalbin, trained by Bill McKay. Today, Gilles Barrio. 5 O to Be Me is owned by Gary Chappell of Charlottetown, trained by Stacy Lund. Mike McGuigan drives. 6 Jetster, owned and trained by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Stephen Shepard. Number 7 is Brookdale Ollie, owned by Bill Kinney of Hunter River and Gary Ford of Stratford, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Today, Corey McPherson. Number 8, JK Express, owned by James Perot of Stratford. David Dowling now trains and drives. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 9. Don't miss the National Driving Championship at Century Mile Thursday. Gilles Barrio and Mark Campbell will be representing the Atlantic region.
Yeah, and good luck to Gilles and Mark. As Vance said, will be representing Atlantic Canada. It comes up this Thursday, Rock, at Century Mile. The 6 other drivers, Louis-Philippe Roy, Doug McNair, Pascal Berube, Samuel Filion, Dave Kelly, and Mike Hennessy. And I think Gilles and Mark are going to have a good shot, Rock.
Yeah, hope so. Best of luck to Gilles and Mark as you head out west to Edmonton on Thursday, November the 24th. We'll all be watching back here in the Maritimes, Pete.
Absolutely, and again, thanks to Matt and UMI, beautiful board as they put it together here for Gilles and Mark, and I'll be watching, as Rock said, on Thursday.
And some more winners and second chance draws. We got Ron Callahan, Everett Burt, and Bucky Carragher. Come to the broadcast desk.
Yeah, Lawrence DeVoe as well, Clarence Gallant, Melanie Miller, and that's 3 more. Want you to come to the desk to pick up your prize.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 9th race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show, Pollard Roofing, Reg Affleck Memorial. Landing on the 3 in here, that's Sam McKee Hanover, Mark Campbell driving for Troy Murray of Clyde River. Yeah, Sam McKee Hanover, a win this season, 156-1 right here at Charlottetown, Pete.
Yeah, I think he's got a shot in here, Rock. I do like his post here today. Mark Campbell's going to jump up. The 1-5 down for me, 13:51s. He was on the point. He led for a long way. He was collared late that day, but raced well, 56-2, closed in 30. And then last time I thought he was pretty good from the 8-hole. He came first up, third, 58-1, and closed in 30. So he's in a good spot here today. As I mentioned, Campbell's in the bike. I think they'll be up hand to the action and have a big shot. Sam McKee Hanover, 6-5.
And there we see the 8, JK Express, 7-year-old by Western Paradise for James Perot of Stratford. David Dowling is now the trainer and the driver. 2 wins from 26 tries, 159, season's best right here at Charlottetown, Peter.
He's been good the last couple 901s. He raced really well. F5 on that day, came first up, was a bang-up second to Premier Joy. Raced well, 56-1, closed it in 30 seconds flat. Then he went up a notch to that 1,111 level. Finished 5th on the edges, but only beaten 2 and change, 57-3, closed out in 30. Like you mentioned, he does have a couple of wins this year. So I like the fact he's dropping down. I know it's a tough post from post 8, but I think David may be able to get him into the top 3 here today, 9-2.
And there's a look at the rail setter in here, Better Than Cash. 6-year-old by Better Than Cheddar for owner, trainer, driver, Amber Campbell. Peter, she's hot this afternoon. She's got 3 wins and a second thus far.
Purple power all day long, Rock. You're exactly right. Amber has been racing very, very well today and in a good spot here. You can see Better Than Cash. That 1,111 level, finished 4th, 57-2, not that far away, just a length and a half. And then last time at the 11:31s, again left 3, finished 3rd, only beaten by 3, 2 minutes and 2/5 closed. 30-3, so dropping down and in a great spot here today. Amber's been rolling along. Better Than Cash, 7-2.
So let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 9th race, sponsored by Pollard Roofing, and it's also the Reg Affleck Memorial. Better Than Cash with Amber Campbell on the rail at 4-1. Slate post 2 for Jason Hughes at 9-1. Sam McKee Hanover post 3 for Mark Campbell at even money. The 4, Arnold the Paperboy with Jill Barrio, good odds, 19-1. Oh to Be Me from post 5 for Mike McGuigan, 19-1. Jetster is the 6 for Stephen Shepard, 5-1. Brookdale Ollie post 7, Corey McPherson at 6-1. And the 8, JK Express with David Dowling at 9-2. That's your field for the upcoming 9th race. Another leg of the driving championship. Good luck with your selections. So the afternoon's 9th race, the driving championship, they are lining up behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Amber Campbell leads. Jill Barrio and Corey McPherson are the top three. Here's another leg of the driving championship. Better Than Cash, Slate, Sam McKee Hanover, Arnold the Paperboy, Oh to Be Me, Jetster, Brookdale Ollie, JK Express. Post time. The rough and pacing Sam McKee Hanover fires out. Better Than Cash will go right with him along the rail. Third into the turn, that's Slate. Coming up fourth from the outside is Jetster. Coming from the outside fifth is Brookdale Ollie. Away sixth, that is Arnold the Paperboy. From the outside, JK Express seventh, and the early trailer is Oh to Be Me. So the quarter pole bound, little tussle going on up front, and here comes Sam McKee Hanover to take over the lead for Mark Campbell. Settling up second, Better Than Cash with Amber Campbell. Third, as they round the turn, is Slate with Jason Hughes. Now racing from fourth, Jetster and Stephen Shepard. 28 seconds flat was the opening quarter. Racing fifth is Brookdale Ollie with McPherson. End of the turn six is Arnold the Paperboy, and he has Barrio. Racing from seventh, JK Express for Dowling. Trailing the field, Oh to Be Me is eight for Mike McGuigan. Halfway home in the ninth, Sam McKee Hanover getting him there. Now rushing up on the outside, here's Brookdale Ollie to take second. Third up the rail, Better Than Cash. They continue to roll the half mile, 57 and 2. Down to 3/8 to go. Sam McKee Hanover on top. Brookdale Ollie on the outside second. Third in the pocket. That's Better Than Cash. Moving up fourth on the outside, Arnold the Paperboy. Riding the rail fifth is Slate. Outside sixth, JK Express. Now Jetster seventh. Trailing along the rail, Oh to Be Me. They're on by the three quarters. Sam McKee Hanover is there with the lead. Three quarters in 1:27 and 4. Marching up three wide. JK Express is now second. Better Than Cash awaiting the passing lane third. Down the stretch they come. JK Express takes over late for Dowling. Up the inside, Better Than Cash. Brookdale Ollie there. JK Express for David Dowling on the line. Better Than Cash was second for Amber Campbell. Brookdale Ollie third with Corey McPherson. Time for the mile in 1:58.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 9th race. Sam McKee Hanover went to the front today, but not his day, Peter.
Yeah, again, I thought he'd be on the front end here today, but he couldn't hang on. 28 seconds flat, 57 and 2. They were rocking and rolling past the half. Amber was in the two-hole with Better Than Cash. Three quarters were 127 and 4. Brookdale Ollie went first up, but look who's storming on the end of it. He was sitting at the back early was JK Express. He was seventh early, but boy, did he storm home out of the clouds to get there for Dowling on the end of it. 158 and 2 from the back all the way to the front, and a winner here in race number 9. JK Express and Dowling in the Red Shores winner circle next.
Now arriving at the 9th race winner's circle, number 8 is JK Express. A bay pacing gelding 7 by Western Paradise off the Cam Luck Dam. JK Luck Owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained and driven to victory by David Dowling. Time for the mile in 1:58 2. JK Express in the ninth at trackside. The Pollard Roofing Red Aflac Memorial presentations.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results from the ninth race. Better Than Cash second. Slate was eighth. Sam McKee Hanover fourth. Arnold the Paperboy sixth. Oh to Be Me seventh. Jetster finished fifth. Brookdale Ollie was third. JK Express the race winner. 28, 57 2. 127 4. And the mile 158 2. From the top it's 284, 675, 31. JK Express paid 10.10. The exactor 31.50, triactor 572.20, and the superfecta was 87.89.
Red Hot Trivia at Red Shore Summerside, Saturdays in the West End Bar and Grill. The evening is hosted by Will and Tony every Saturday at 8:30 for Red Hot Trivia. Complete details at Redshores.ca.
Okay, here's the picks as we roll them in here for race number 10. We take a little bit of a break from the driving championship. Still 2 legs to go, and we're going to give you an update on the points in just a moment here. But we work on race number 10 here this afternoon. And, yeah, I'm heading to the rail in here. That's Dream Fair Zen Fire. I do like the 3 Tobin's Brownie. And Hayes 44 Dome, we showed her in the pre-race rock. It's hard to go against her, but we're going to call for third. But any of the top 3 spots, I think, can go to anybody here.
Yeah, and I like her for second, so I like 153. I'm on board with the classifier in this one, 153. Sponsored by Woodmere Farms. It's the upcoming 10th race in 7 minutes.
The preferred mares for the 10th race around the track, Woodmere Farms, will have a presentation. One is Dream Fair Zen Fire, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, Mark Campbell training and driving. Two Plain Jane, owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish. Mark Campbell is the trainer. Kenny Murphy catch drives. 3 Tobin's Brownie, owned by Brittany Watts, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne of Springvale, trained and driven by David Dowling. You Bet I'm a Good One, number 4, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, Mark Gallant, and Knox Pavlatos. Jeff Lilly trains and drives. 5 Ace 44 Dome, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 10. Rocky is next with information about sponsor Windermere Farms.
When looking to breed the next champion in the 2023 season, look no further than the star-studded lineup at Windermere Farms in Springvale, Prince Edward Island. The top-level standardbred facility is home to Malicious, sire of freshly minted Atlantic record holder Malignity, as well as stallion Source of Pride, who produced 3-year-old filly sensation The Real Princess. Muscle Through It returns to Windermere Farms in 2023 after 100% producing inaugural crop, including the undefeated Irish Ray, while Gold Cup and Saucer champion Somewhere Fancy will stand his second season as well. Go to windermerefarmspei.weebly.com for all the information you need this coming breeding season.
Okay, Rock, 2 legs to go here. We're through 6 legs of the driving championship. The 2022 PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers Competition today. And Rock will go from the top. It's Amber Campbell. You see there in the middle. She's representing Gass's General Store today. 52 points. She's the leader after 6 legs.
That's right, Peter. And then we have a tie for second. Corey McPherson and Gilles Barrio in there with 43 points.
That's right, Corey with Raji's Roadhouse, Joe with Daniel R. Ross Limited. And then we're moving along into 4th here. David Dowling with All-Star Cresting. He's at 42 points.
That's right. In at a 5th is Mark Campbell for Agro Co-op, and they have 37 points.
Yeah, 6th this afternoon, Mike McGuigan, Atlantic Vet College with 35.
Stephen Shepard comes in 7th with the Atlantic Classic Sale at 32 points.
And Jason Hughes and Red Shores at 28. So again, Amber Campbell leading the way with 2 legs to go here. 52 points sitting on top.
I think she might win it all, Peter.
She just might, Rock. She's been great today.
Absolutely. Let's go out to the track for the afternoon's 10th race, sponsored by Woodmere Farms. There is the rail sitter, a Dream Fair Zenfire, 6-year-old bay mare by Sunfire Blue Chip for Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell is the trainer and the driver. Look at that summary, 18 times in the top 3 from 22 starts with 9 wins, Peter.
Another dynamite season for Dream Fair Zenfire. And, Mark Campbell's done a great job with her for Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. And last time out, she raced from 4, had to go first up, got the lead briefly, but then finished 3rd there. It was a good horse race. Ace 44 Dome won it. Tobin's Brownie 2nd. Dream Fair Zenfire 3rd, 54-1 with a closer of 29-2. And the 1-3 back, she was good as well. Finished 3rd, 55-1, closed out 28-1. She'll be on the rail here today, I think, up handy the pace here, and we'll see if she can get back to the winner's circle, 3-5.
Now let's have a look at the 3. Tobin's Brownie, Baymare 4 by Stonebridge Terror for Brittany Watts, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne. David Dowling is the trainer and the driver. A nice summary for her too, Peter.
My goodness, she's been good of late. You go down those lines, and I'm really impressed with those snappy closing quarters. 3 back, she was a winner on the point all the way in 55, closed out 28-2. 2 back, she was 2nd, just beaten half a length, the Ace 44 Dome. How about that trip, 55-3, 27-4. And then last time, closing in again, 2nd, just beaten 3/4 of a length, 54-1, 28-4. So Rock, off of those lines, she's going to be right there again this week, and the price is right at 4-1.
And there we're getting a look at the 5. Ace 44 Dome, 5-year-old bay mare by Up the Credit for Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes, the trainer and the driver. Wow, impressive the last two, Peter.
Excellent purchase here for Donnie McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains. Jason doing a great job with her here. 2 back, put on the engine, and went right down the highway. They were winners 55 and 3, closed out in a snappy 28 seconds flat. And then last week, I thought she raced just as well. Different tactics. Came second over. Jason got her to the front as they swung for home, and she was a winner 54, closing out in 29 seconds flat. We'll see what the strategy is today, but she's been super sharp, looking for 3 in a row at 2-1.
Yeah, she's been great all season. Ace 44 Dome, she's been great all season, Peter. 19 times in the top 3, 10 wins, 152 and 3 seasons best at Truro. Nice mare.
Yeah, very nice mare. And that race in Summerside, the Atlantic Mare Final up there, Rock, she raced great as well, where she was a winner in 54 and 2. So like I said, Donnie McRae has to be very happy with this purchase.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the odds board for the upcoming 10th race, sponsored by Woodmere Farms. Dream Fair Zenfire is on the rail at 1-2 for Mark Campbell. Plain Jane, post 2 for Kenny Murphy at 10-1. Tobin's Brownie is the 3 for David Dowling at 7-2. You Bet I'm a Good One leaves 4 today. Jeff Lilly's first drive of the season at 12-1, and the 5 Ace 44 Dome with Jason Hughes at 2-1. That's your field for the upcoming 10th race. Good luck with your selections. Good-looking field of mares. There's 5 of them. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the afternoon's 10th race, sponsored by Woodmere Farms. Let's go back to Vance Cameron.
Preferred mares lined up with Dream Fair Zenfire, Plain Jane, Tobin's Brownie, You Bet I'm a Good One, Ace 44 Dome, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Tobin's Brownie leaving out. Dream Fair Zenfire along the rail into the turn 3rd. That's Plain Jane. To get away 4th, You Bet I'm a Good One. Then the trailer will be Ace 44 Dome. So they settle up with pylon positions early going. Up the backstretch led by Tobin's Brownie for David Dowling. 2nd is Dream Fair Zenfire. Racing from 3rd is Plain Jane. Back into 4th, You Bet I'm a Good One. And trailing the field 5th, Ace 44 Dome. Over to the opening quarter mile. And it's Tobin's Brownie out in front. 2nd is Dream Fair Zenfire. Plain Jane is 3rd. Going to the outside 4th is You Bet I'm a Good One. And up the rail the trailer, Ace 44 Dome. 28 and 2 was the opening quarter. Down the stretch they come. They're chasing Tobin's Brownie. Arriving next at the opening half mile. Dream Fair Zenfire 2nd. You Bet I'm a Good One is on the outside 3rd. Racing from 4th is Plain Jane. Trailing the field 5th is Ace 44 Dome. They're halfway home. 57 and 4 was the time. Fronting the field of 5-8, Tobin's Brownie. Getting a textbook 2-hole ride. Dream Fair Zenfire. Plain Jane along the rail 3rd. Ace 44 Dome has taken over 4th. Now on the outside the trailer. You Bet I'm a Good One. 3/4 comes next. Tobin's Brownie arrives there with the lead on Dream Fair Zenfire. Plain Jane rounding the turn 3rd. Ace 44 Dome is 4th. Trailing 5th. You Bet I'm a Good One. The 3/4 up in 1. 27 and 2. They turn for home. Tobin's Brownie at the rail. Here's Dream Fair Zenfire up on the outside to challenge. Plain Jane is 3rd. Ace 44 Dome. Here's the wire, and the first nose on it belongs to Dream Fair Zenfire in line to Mark Campbell. 2nd is Tobin's Brownie. Ace 44 Dome rallies up 3rd. An excellent trip of 155-2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 10th race, sponsored by Woodmere Farms. Tobin's Brownie insisted on leading this one, Peter, but Dream Fair Zenfire gets up for the job, get the job done. Congratulations on nailing the triactor there, Peter.
Yeah, it was a nice horse race here today. Slingshotting off the wings was Tobin's Brownie and Dowling. They wanted to cut it here today, 28-2. They were the leaders, 57-4. Mark sitting in the two-hole Dream Fair Zenfire. First up for you, bet him a good one. Not today, 127-2, 3/4, and out to take a shot late here is Dream Fair Zenfire. I'm going to track down the pace setter Tobin's Brownie late here. Perfect, dreamy two-hole trip gets it done. 155-2. Dream Fair Zenfire hits double digits in the win column at Red Shores.
And we got some more winners in the second chance draws. Robin Hood, Grant Mann, and Mary McLennan come to the broadcast desk in the top of the park.
Also looking for Melanie Miller and June Maynard as well.
Dream Fair Zenfire arrives at the 10th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare, she's the 6-year-old daughter of Sunfire Blue Chip off of the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam Dream Fair Zenyatta. Owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. The mile in a 1:55-2. Dream Fair Zenfire in the preferred mares at Charlottetown down at trackside Woodmere Farms has the presentation. Here's the official results now in the 10th race. Dream Fair Zenfire, the winner. Plain Jane, 4th. Tobin's Brownie, 2nd. You Bet I'm a Good One, 5th. Ace 44, Dome, 3rd. Fractions of 28-2, 57-4, 127-2, and the mile, 155-2. In review, it's 142-53. Dream Fair Zenfire paid $280. The exactor $740, triactor $1060, and the superfecta was $1.99.
So some more winners in the second chance draws here this afternoon. So we have Grant Mann, Jamie Kennedy, Gary Ramsey. We have Rabbit McDonald, Saki McDonald, and Eldred Nicholson. Come to the broadcast desk in the top of the park to pick up your prizes. Red Shore Charlottetown is pleased to offer a new fan zone in the lower level of Red Shores. This area has high top tables, new flat screen TVs featuring live and off-track horse racing. You can also place your bets by using our free Wi-Fi on your mobile device through hpibet.com.
Yeah, as we work on race number 11 here, it will be the Stephen McRae Memorial. We'll see the trackside presentation with the family after race number 11. I do like the 4 here, Legendary Ron. Mark Campbell will do the driving today. I'm going to put in Best to Hurst. This horse flies under the radar for me a little bit. He's been an excellent purchase since arriving on the island. He's been here for a while as well and doing very well. And I do like the 2, Popularity Corey McPherson today. So, Rock, we're similar, but I'm at 4.62.
Yeah, and I'm at 6.42. And the classifier is at 4.72, but I like Best to Hurst to get the job done in here today. He shows some great miles and some great closing quarters. Post 6 today for Jason Hughes. I have him on top. Best to Hurst in 7 minutes.
The afternoon's 11th race, the Stephen McRae Memorial Trackside presentation to the winner. On parade, Egg Hanover 1, owned by Perry Burke of Grosjean, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken. Today, Stephen Shepard. Popularity 2 is owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford, trained by Lenny Myers. Corey McPherson drives. Good Eye Hawkeye number 3, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle is the trainer. David Dowling. Legendary Ron 4 is owned by Doug Matheson of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Mark Campbell. 5 Silver Hill Buddy, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, and Gwyneth McGurk, trained by David Myers. Today, Jills Barrio drives. Best to Hurst number 6, owned by the estate of Neil Mose of Cornwall, trained by Neil Bambrick, Jason Hughes. 7 is Brookdale Jim, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Mike McGuigan drives. 8 is Hippie John, owned by Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Today, driven by Amber Campbell. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Make-up race cards were announced from Red Shores and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. We'll be adding Sunday, December 11th and Sunday, December 18th. Post time set for 12:30.
Also want to say hi to our HPI players watching online today. Of course, you can bet Red Shores, watch online with HPIBet.com. Anytime we race, you can certainly be there and get your HPI bet account out and bet Red Shores in Charlottetown and in Summerside.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 11th race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, 20-cent pick 4. It's the start of the late pick 4. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance in the Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Also win, place, and show wagering. Landing in the 4 in here, Legendary Ron, 7-year-old by a rock and roll dance for Doug Matheson of Cornwall. Nick Oakes, the trainer. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat today. Peter, 7 wins on the season.
He's in an excellent year, has Legendary Ron. Like you mentioned, 7 wins from 21 starts. Also has the 3 seconds and 5 thirds. So a really nice year. And he's won at different tracks across the Maritimes as well. So he's back home on his home track today. And he lands in the middle here for Doug Matheson. And as you mentioned, Nick Oakes, who does the training. Mark Campbell's going to do the driving. He was good 2 back, 17:01 Centuro. Second there, 57 the charted trip. And then he came back here, 13:51s, 4th, 56 and 4. Closed out 31 seconds flat. So looking for a little bit of a bounce back off that trip, but he's had a nice year. Campbell in the bike today at 6-5.
And there we see the 6, Best to Hurst, 9-year-old by Cam Best for the estate of Neil Mose of Cornwall. Neil Bambrick, the trainer. Jason Hughes gets the call to drive today. He's got 13 times in the top 3 with 3 wins from 24 tries this season, Peter.
Like I said, Rock, he's been around for a while, but he's been a really nice purchase and a good horse that's raced very well in Prince Edward Island. And you can see, you go down the lines here, 18:01s. That's a really nice overnight class here in Charlottetown. He was 4th, 2 back, 56 and 4 to Blue Monk. And then last time out, again, he tracked all the way 4th, 56 and 2 to First Glance. You mentioned he's got the 3 wins this year, and I like the fact he's dropping down here. And the Blue Knight gets the call on Best to Hurst at 5-2.
And there we get a look at the 2. Poplar Artie, 6-year-old by Mach 3 for Matt and Liam Myers of Stratford. Lenny Myers, the trainer. Corey McPherson gets the call to drive today. This horse has been impressive as well. 11 times in the top 3 from 28 starts, including 6 wins this season, Peter.
Yeah, this has been a good purchase for Matthew and Liam Myers. Poplar Artie's been good right from the hop, right from since the meet began back in May. He's raced very well. You can see he does have the 6 wins, and the last couple have been good. You can see he tracked in for 3rd, 2 back there, 56 and 1. How about the closer? It was a quick 28 seconds flat, and then same level, 13:51s on November the 5th. He was a good second to Winter Blast, 57, closed out, and 29 and 2. He's a handy little horse. Good spot here today. Corey's up at 9-2.
So we'll have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 11th race. It's the Stephen McRae Memorial, part of the driving championship here this afternoon. Adkins Hanover is on the rail for Stephen Shepard at 22-1. Poplar Artie post 2 for Corey McPherson at 9-2, now 4-1. The 3 Good Eye Hawkeye for David Dowling at 10-1. Legendary Ron is post 4 for Mark Campbell. Even money favorite right now on the board. Silver Hill Buddy leaves 5 for Jill Barrio at 8-1. Best to Hurst is 6 for Jason Hughes, 4-1. Brookdale Jim will leave 7 for Mike McWigan at 12-1. And the 8 Hippie John for Amber Campbell at 9-2. That's your field for the upcoming 11th race. Stephen McRae Memorial, good luck with your selections.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Today valued at $477. The winning number will be B1133079. The afternoon's 50-50 winning number for $477. B1133079. And we have 3 winners from the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association draws, and those winning names are Wayne Oakes, Stephen Pino, and Dan Ross. And your prizes are available at the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association booth.
The afternoon's 11th race, the Stephen McRae Memorial Field of 8. They are lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Just 2 legs of the driving challenge left on this Saturday afternoon. 11th race, Adkins Hanover, Poplar Artie, Good Eye Hawkeye, Legendary Ron, Silver Hill Buddy, Best to Hurst, Brookdale Jim, Hippie John. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and facing legendary Ron Popularity, and on the rail Atkins Hanover. That trio leaving out. Fourth into the turn. That is Good Eye Hawkeye. Then fifth is Silver Hill Buddy, racing from sixth. Baxter Hurst. Then seventh is Brookdale Jim, trailing the field. Hippie John is eighth. Along the backstretch they go, and driving up to take over the lead. Popularity for Corey McPherson have cleared. Second is Atkins Hanover, racing from third. Legendary Ron. Fourth up the rail is Good Eye Hawkeye. Silver Hill Buddy has fifth. Baxter Hurst in sixth. Seventh is Brookdale Jim, trailing the field eighth. Hippie John, it was a 28 and 2 opening quarter mile. Popularity, the fraction setter, as they move off the turn. They straighten down the stretch, and they have the half mile in their sights now. Second is Atkins Hanover. Third, Legendary Ron. There goes Baxter Hurst. First up on the outside, fourth. Fifth up the rail is Good Eye Hawkeye. On the outside, sixth is Brookdale Jim. Hippie John is taking over seventh on the outside. Now the trailer. That'll on the inside, Silver Hill Buddy. 58 and 1 was the half mile. They're over to the 5/8, led by Popularity. On his back, second, that is Atkins Hanover. Baxter Hurst on the outside is taken third. Fourth up the rail, Legendary Ron. On the outside, fifth. As they arrive over to the 3/4, racing there on the outside is Brookdale Jim. In up the rail, sixth. On the inside is Good Eye Hawkeye. Hippie John, seventh, trailing the field. That's Silver Hill Buddy, 3/4 up in 1:27 and 4. Homeward bound, and Popularity still there. In at the rail, Atkins Hanover. Baxter Hurst on the outside. Way wide is Brookdale Jim. Up the rail, Legendary Ron is coming late. Set that camera up. They're across the track. Popularity hangs on here for McPherson. Then we'll need a picture. Time for the mile in 1:57.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 11th race, Stephen McRae Memorial. Popularity got to the front and hung on, Peter.
Like we said in the pre-race, he's been a handy little horse and a really nice purchase here for Matthew and Liam Myers. Put to the point here today, 28 and 2 for Corey, 58 and 1. He's still there. Backside was 127 and 4, and he's under siege here late now. 6 on the outside. 1 Atkins Hanover, even further on the inside. Legendary Ron, but he's going to fend them off. All late in the lane here. Popularity would not be denied. Right down the highway, 157 and 4 in race number 11.
Ladies and gentlemen, there goes the judge's inquiry sign on the infield tote board for a possible pylon violation by number 4, Legendary Ron. Now arriving at the winner's circle in race 11, 2 is Popularity. Bay pacing gelding 6 by Mach 3 off the Western Hanover Dam. Only Way to Go. Owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford. Trained by Lenny Myers and driven to victory by Corey McPherson. Corey's second win for the double. The horse has his 10th lifetime victory this afternoon. Time of the mile in 1:57 and 4. Popularity in the 11th down at trackside. The Stephen McRae Memorial Cooler presentation. Now the results of the judges' inquiry in race 11. Number 4, Legendary Ron, finished 5th and will be placed 8th for inside 3 consecutive pylons during the stretch drive. Now the official results in the 11th. Adkins Hanover 3rd, Popularity the winner. Good Eye Hawkeye finished 6th, was placed 5th. Legendary Ron finished 5th, was placed 8th for the pylon violation. Silver Hill Buddy was 8th, placed 7th. Best to Hearst was 2nd. Brookdale Jim 4th. Hippie John finished 7th, was placed 6th. The fractions were 28 and 2, 58 and 1, 127 and 4, and the mile 157 and 4. In review after the placings, 315, 872, 46. Popularity paid $13.70. The exactor was $22.50. The triactor $315.30. Superfactor $168.11.
So in the drive for charity, you'll see Corey McPherson with McCory's Meats for the Upper Room Food Bank, Mike McGuigan for Syntrack Print and Graphic Design for the PEI Hospice Foundation. The 11th, 12th race will be on the track in a few moments. Couple more winners in the second chance draws this afternoon. Gordon McLeod, Fred Painter are winners in the second chance draws here this afternoon. As well as Debbie Buchanan. You can come to the broadcast desk.
There is the win photo back in race number 11. That's how close it was there, as you see. Popularity, like I said, he fended them all off late, got it done. Second was Best to Hearst, and third Adkins Hanover in race number 11.
You also have a winner in the second chance draw, drawn from the grandstand, last name Betts. You can come to the broadcast desk.
The 12th race this afternoon, sponsored by Crown Rust Proofing. Number 1, Rockin' Novel, owned by Reynolds Racing of Murray River, trained by Roy Reynolds. Mark Campbell drives. Number 2, The Yin Yang, is owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown. Alan is the trainer, driven today by Amber Campbell. Roy Shiner 3, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jansen Sweet. Mike McGuigan drives. 4, Catch Me If Lou Can, owned by David and John Sweet of O'Leary, trained by Ralph Sweet. Today, Corey McPherson. 5 is Phil D'Orleans, owned by Ken and Andrew Williams and Lyndon Hardy, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. Number 6 is Smart Official, owned by Peter Lanigan and Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Saul Lanigan. David Dowling. 7 is Premier Joy, owned by Debbie Elderman of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson. Stephen Shepard drives. Number 8 is Scratched. 4 minutes wagering time in race number 12. Live racing continues tomorrow with an opening post time at 12:30. The final leg of the Paul McDonald Memorial Driving Championship is on the track here in the 12th, and it comes down to the 12th to decide the winner.
Okay, 3 minutes to go here before race number 12, and it is the last leg of the driving championship. As we head into this, right now, Amber Campbell on the top at 57 points right now. Corey McPherson is second with 53, and David Dowling is third with 48 as we head in to the last race of the championship in race number 12.
That's right, Peter. So let's go out to the track for the 12th race. It is the last leg of the driving championship for the Paul McDonald Memorial Trophy. This is the Crown Rust Proofing Pace, and we're landing on the rail sitter in here. That's Rockin' Novel, 4-year-old by Mystery Chase for Reynolds Racing of Murray River. Roy Reynolds is the trainer, and Mark Campbell gets the call to drive today. 5 wins on the season, Peter.
Yeah, and he's been knocking on the door lately as well to get win number 6. I thought he was pretty good 4 down there, 1361s. Tracked along in for second there behind Just Call Me Doc, 57 and 2, 28 on the end of it. And the 1-2 back was good as well, where he came first up. Good second to Flowers on the Beach, 156 and 4. His last effort, he finished 4th, just beaten 3, charted 58 and 1. So he's in a good spot here today. Mark Campbell to drive Rockin' Novel on the rail at 8-5.
So there's a look at the 5. Phil D'Orleans, 7-year-old by Shanghai Phil for Kenton Andrew Williams and Lyndon Hardy. Jason Hughes is the trainer and the driver. 2 wins on the season from 21 tries, including a 157-1 season's best right here at Charlottetown, Peter.
Yeah, and again, he's a nice little horse, and Jason gets along very well with Phil D'Orleans here. You can see you go down the lines. He's always in the mix. 3 back, he was second in 56, and he snapped home in 27 and 2 on that day. And then last time out, he was closing again at the wire from post 7, closed in 29 and 3 to finish third to JK's Pilot and Dylan Sam, charted 58. So yeah, this is a good combination, Jason and Phil D'Orleans. I think they got a shot here today, 5-1.
And there we get a look at the 6. That is Smart Official, 8-year-old by Art Official for Peter Lanigan and Sandra Stead. Saul Lanigan, the trainer. It's David Dowling to drive today. 2 wins on the season, 156 and 2 season's best. Right here at Charlottetown, September the 3rd, Peter.
Yeah, and again, he's at a 15:51. He's raced the 18:51s, but last time out, he was pretty good along the rail there. You can see he tracked inside the whole way for third behind Sports Royalty. If you go a little bit further down, 13:51s, again, he got a nice ride from Mark Bradley on that day, 56 and 2, closed out 29 and 2. So he's on the outside here, but I like the fact that Dowling's going to do the driving here today on Smart Official. Good price on him as well, 3-1.
So let's get a look at the odds board for the upcoming 12th race. As I mentioned, the final leg of the driving championship for the Paul McDonald Memorial Trophy. It'll be presented this afternoon after this race. Crown Rust Proofing, the sponsor of the 12th race. Rockin' Novel on the rail for Mark Campbell at 3-2. The Yin Yang is 2 for Amber Campbell at 10-1. Elroy Shiner the 3 for Mike McGuigan at 30-1. The 4, Catch Me If Lou Can with Corey McPherson at 3-1. Phil Dorleans leaves 5 for Jason Hughes at 3-1. Smart Official is the 6 for David Dowling, 9-2. And Premier Joy, post 7 for Stephen Shepard at 4-1. Big Bad Bruiser is scratched. That's your field for the upcoming 12th race. Good luck with your selections. The 12th race, field of 7, in the final leg of the driving championship for the Paul McDonald Trophy. They are lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back to Vance Cameron.
Oh, and Rock, it all comes down to the Crown. Crown Rust Proofing, that is. They're the sponsors here in the 12th, and it takes us to the final leg of the driving championship, and it takes us to the final leg to determine a winner. Rockin' Novel, the Yin Yang, Elroy Shiner, Catch Me If Lou Can, Phil Dorleen, Smart Official, Premier Joy. Rough and facing, the Yin Yang is leaving out. Rockin' Novel towards the rail, third one to the turn. That's Elroy Shiner. To get away fourth is Catch Me If Lou Can, racing from fifth. That's Phil Dorleans, around 6 on the turn. Smart Official trailing the field. That is Premier Joy. Up the backstretch they go, and they're in programmed order going to the quarter. It's Rockin' Novel for Mark Campbell on the lead. Second, that is the Yin Yang. Racing third is Elroy Shiner. Fourth at the rail is Catch Me If Lou Can. Racing from fifth, Phil Dorleans. Around the turn 6 is Smart Official trailing the field. That's Premier Joy, 28-4, the opening quarter. Out in front by 2.5. That is Rockin' Novel, the leader. Racing from second is the Yin Yang. Up and on the move third. Catch Me If Lou Can is underway. Fourth is Elroy Shiner. Moving up fifth is Phil Dorleans. Now on the outside 6. Smart Official, and trailing the field, Premier Joy. Halfway home, and the leader there, Rockin' Novel, in 58-3. Up and out of on the outside second, that's Catch Me If Lou Can. On to take over third, Phil Dorleans. The Yin Yang is back to fourth. Up fifth on the outside is Smart Official. Now in 6. Up the rail, that's Elroy Shiner. And Premier Joy on the outside is 7th. They arrive at 3/4. Rockin' Novel at the rail. Matching strides, Catch Me If Lou Can. Phil Dorleans is there third. The Yin Yang at the rail 4th. Moving up 5th is Smart Official. 3/4 in 1. 28-1, and they're coming for home. Catch Me If Lou Can on the outside. Rockin' Novel is battling back. Phil Dorleans is there third. Deep stretch now coming to the wire, and Phil Dorleans for the Blue Night Use. Catch Me If Lou Can and McPherson second. Rockin' Novel for Mark Campbell third. Time for the mile in 1:57.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 12th race driving championship, Peter, and it comes right down to this race to decide a champion in here. But the winner, Phil Dorleans, with Jason Hughes.
Yeah, again, we talked about how that was a good combination, Rock, in the pre-race. I like this horse for part of it here today. We'll take you through a 28-4, 58-3. Corey comes first up after Mark Cutter with Rocking Novel. Catch Me If You Can on the outside, 128-1. And then Jason firing late here with Phil Dorleans tracking them all down to win it late, 157-2. Phil Dorleans wins it. Catch Me If You Can is second. Rocking Novel is third. It's Hughes and Phil Dorleans in the 12th at Red Shores.
Phil Dorleans arriving at the 12th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 7 by Shanghai Phil off the ships Percher Dam Legend Dorleans. Owned by Ken and Andrew Williams and Lyndon Hardy. Jason Hughes training and driving for Jason. That's training and driving double today for the Blue Knight. Time of the mile 157-2. Phil Dorleans in the 12th. Crown Rust Proofing has the trackside presentation. Here's the official results now in the 12th. Rockin' Novel 3rd, the Yin Yang 7th, Elroy Shiner 5th. Catch Me If You Can 2nd. Phil Dorleans the winner. Smart Official 4th. Premier Joy was 6th. Big Bad Bruiser was scratched. Fractions of 28-4, 58-3, 128-1, and the mild in 157-2. In review, 375, 214. 6 scratch. Phil Dorleans paid $6.90. The exactor $41.40. Triactor $79.50. Superfecta $25.89.
Red Shore Charlottetown and the Top of the Park restaurant will be offering a new and exciting lineup of special events called Park After Dark, which include comedy nights, live performances, dinner presentations, and more. Stay up to date on these special events at Redshores.ca or follow us on our social media platforms. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. And for the upcoming 13th race, you'll see Peter McPhee is going with a 1-3-6 in here. I like a 6-1-3, and the classifier's choice is 1-6-3 in the upcoming 13th race, the Vernon McDonald Memorial, in 6 minutes.
The preferred pacers in the 13th are on the track. It is the Vernon McDonald Memorial. There will be a trackside presentation. Number 1, First Glance, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by Jason Hughes. Number 2, Blue Monk, owned by Mary Jean Noy of Clyde River and Denise Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Jay Noy, Jill's Barrio Catch Drives. No Great Mischief 3, Walter Chevry co-owns Trains and Drives. The co-owners are Brian Thompson and Douglas Olton. Mr. Riley, number 4, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Panat. Corey McPherson, Trains and Drives. 5 is St. Charles Fireball, now owned by Brady Doyle of Timberley, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. 6 is Boy's Turn, owned by Claire Murphy of Millvale, Joel and Jeremy Watts of Springvale, David Dowling, Trains and Drives. We're down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 13, the afternoon's featured preferred. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections here in the preferred pace. Once again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And here in the 13th, I'm going to go to the rail. First Glance. He was mighty good his last start when the Blue Knight. He put him on top at every call. Parked over to the quarter, 28 and 1. Went on to win by almost 5 lengths in 54 and 2. I like number 6, Boy's Turn, for the deuce in here. Going to go with, I thought might have been a long shot play, the 2, Blue Monk, to finish 3rd. And to complete the superfecta from my end, I'll throw in the 4, Mr. Riley, who has raced mighty well out of the Corey McPherson barn. So from the booth, I'm going 1, 6, 2, 4. Down to the desk and your choices.
Well, thanks very much, Vance. Yeah, I'm with you. I do like First Glance as well on top here. No Great Mischief for 2nd and Boy's Turn for 3rd. So I'm with you at 1-3-6 here in race number 13 this afternoon, as the 1 is taking most of the money at 6-5.
Yeah, and I'm going with the 6, Boy's Turn in here. David Dowling driving, shows some nice miles, and look 2 back. Was a winner, 153 and 4 for 2nd, the 1, First Glance. For 3rd, the 3, No Great Mischief. And for 4th, the 2, Blue Monk. So I like 6-1-3-2 in the 13th race. Well, let's have a look at the odds board in the afternoon's top class here. The Vernon McDonald Memorial. First glance on the rail for Jason Hughes at 3-5. Blue Monk from post 2. Jill Berrio will drive today 9-2. No Great Mischief post 3 for Walter Chevery at 11-1. Mr. Riley leaves 4 for Corey McPherson at 3-1. St. Charles Fireball is the 5 for Mark Campbell at 7-1. And Boys Turn will leave 6 for David Dowling at 6-1. That's your field for the afternoon's 13th race. Vernon McDonald Memorial, good luck with your selections. Good looking field of 6 lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the afternoon's 13th race. It's the Vernon McDonald Memorial. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
From the rail out, first glance, Blue Monk, no Great Mischief. Mr. Riley, St. Charles Fireball, Boys Turn, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Up and facing first glance, Blue Monk, and joining them is Mr. Riley into the turn, dropping in fourth, no Great Mischief. Boys Turn is fifth. Then the trailer, that is St. Charles Fireball. They're at the 8th, and they're led by First Glance and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Now racing from second is Blue Monk, dropping in to be third, Mr. Riley. To get away fourth, that's No Great Mischief. Boys Turn has fifth. Then the trailer 6, St. Charles Fireball. Over to the opening quarter, they're now in straight alignment. And on the point, First Glance, the fraction setter, 28-4, opened it up. Racing from second is Blue Monk, Mr. Riley third. That's No Great Mischief fourth. Boys Turn continues fifth. Trailing the field, St. Charles Fireball still in straight alignment. They arrive at the opening half mile next. First Glance gets the preferred halfway home. Blue Monk is second. Continuing third, Mr. Riley. No Great Mischief is fourth. Boys Turn fifth. And the trailer, St. Charles Fireball, 58-1, and no one can find a right line in here as they chase First Glance over to the 5/8 pole. Continuing second is Blue Monk. Mr. Riley is tipping to the outside third. No Great Mischief fourth. Boys Turn on the outside fifth. Trailing the field, St. Charles Fireball. They're over to 3/4, and we have a new leader. Mr. Riley drives right on by for Corey McPherson. First Glance is second. On the outside, Blue Monk third. Boys Turn is fourth. No Great Mischief fifth. St. Charles Fireball is sixth. 3/4 27-1, and it's all Mr. Riley in here. Second is Blue Monk. Boys Turn third. Mr. Riley for Corey McPherson jogs in the preferred. Blue Monk was second. Boys Turn rallied up third. Time for the mile in 1:55-1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 13th race, brought to you by Universal Media. And going to the front today, that was First Glance, quarter 28-4, the half up 58-1. down to 3/4, 127-1. And moving out was Mr. Riley, and he went right around first glance, and he opens up on the field here this afternoon, and he gets the job done in 155-1. Blue Monk, he got out late there too up the backstretch. He gets in there for second, in for third. That is number 6, Boy's Turn. And St. Charles Fireball in there for fourth, 4-2-6-5. Unofficially in the afternoon's 13th race. And we'll see Mr. Riley and Corey McPherson back in the Red Shores winner's circle next.
Well, he's turned into an exceptional 4-year-old, has Mr. Riley, as he picks up his 7th win on the season, and he's in the winner's circle. Mr. Riley's a Bay Pacing Gelding 4 by Steelhead Hanover from the Artiscape Dam Chocolate Art, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Banat. Corey McPherson training and driving. Corey's 3rd winner today for the triple. The mile in 155-1. Mr. Riley in the 13th, and down at trackside is the Vernon McDonald Memorial Cooler presentation. Here's the official results on the 13th. First glance, 6. Blue Monk, 2nd. No Great Mischief, 5th. Mr. Riley, the winner. St. Charles Fireball was 4th. Boy's Turn was 3rd. Fractions of 28-4, 58-1, 127-1, and the time for the mile in 155-1. In review, it's 6:25, 1:43. Mr. Riley paid $760. The exactor $45.80, triactor $185.70, and the superfecta was $56.89.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Well, it was another driving championship that come right down to the wire. The final heat decided. So Peter, our race secretary, Gerard Smith, he sits at home and he's got to be loving what he watched today. 8 legs of the driving championship, and it come down to leg number 8 to decide the winner. Let's go to that winner's circle. Here is Peter McPhee.
Well, thanks very much, Vance. Yes, another great competition as we see Corey McPherson coming up here. How about a round of applause for our 8 drivers here today? What a great job, as Vance said. It came right down to the wire, and we're going to present each of these drivers with a gift today, so I'll just go through them here quickly. Jason Hughes with Red Shores, Mark Campbell with Agro Co-op, Mike McGuigan, Atlantic Vet College, David Dowling with All-Star Cresting, Amber Campbell with Gastus General Store, Stephen Shepard with the Atlantic Classic Sale, Jill Barrio with Daniel R. Ross, and Corey McPherson with Razzie's Roadhouse. And the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association will now present gifts to each of the drivers who are participating today. So we'll do that first, and then we'll get a runner-up and winner of the competition here. One more hand for the drivers here this afternoon. Peter Smith here with the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. James Perot is also here, president of the association as well, as we present the drivers with their gifts this afternoon. And a great competition here this afternoon. It was tight, like Vance said, all the way to the wire here today. And finishing second was Amber Campbell with 61 points. Amber with Gastus General Store. We'll ask Amber to come up and accept the runner-up trophy here this afternoon. A great performance by Amber. We'll get a shot here of Amber and her 2 daughters as well. Congratulations to Amber for finishing second today. It was tight all the way to the wire. Great photo there, and congratulations again to Amber. And our winner this afternoon is Corey McPherson with 62 points. Congratulations to Corey. Please come forward, Corey. James Perot is here. He was runner-up a couple of times, but he got it done here today with a couple of wins. Congratulations, James Perot is here at the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. Danny McDonald as well with the Paul McDonald Trophy, and Devin as well, son. We'll get Danny and Devin to come in as well. As Corey is the winner of the Paul McDonald Memorial Trophy. Great shot here. James, Corey, Danny, and Devin. And we'll get a shot of all the drivers, if we could, with Danny and Devin and James as well. Yeah, everybody in, and we'll get a great shot here, a final shot of all the drivers taking part in the 2022 PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association Paul McDonald Memorial Drivers Competition. We'll grab Corey for a quick second before he goes. Corey, congratulations. We're going to look up here at the camera. You got off to a pretty good start. Dusty Lane Zendaya, well, what a mare she's been, and you got her to the front today and rolled her.
Yeah, she raced good. She had a real good class, and she made front easy, and she just kept rolling.
And how about popularity? Well, that was a good race. I mean, you had him on the front, and they were coming at you late.
He's a really nice little horse. I've watched Mark drive him all summer, and I've been impressed with the way he's been racing. So I said to Mark, does he like the front? He said he can do it anywhere. So I said I might as well go to the front.
You've been so close in these competitions. You got it done today by a point. How does it feel to win this? This is a tough competition to win.
It is a tough competition to win. Every year I'm in it, but I just come up short a little bit, and it's great to win.
Thanks very much. Congratulations on being the winner this year.
Thank you.
Corey McPherson, folks, he's the winner.
So congratulations to Corey McPherson for winning the Paul McDonald Memorial Trophy here this afternoon, and a big congratulations as well to the runner-up, Amber Campbell. She had a great day this afternoon, So congratulations, Amber, for your runner-up spot. Halmac Farms sponsors the 14th race coming up in a few minutes. Peter McPhee likes a 1-2-4 in here. I like 6-2-1, and the classifier's choice is 1-2-4 in the upcoming finale, sponsored by Halmac Farms.
The 14th race on the track for the post parade, sponsored by Howmack Farms. Number 1, Just Call Me Doc, is owned by Gordon and Douglas Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson, Keith Ford Training and Driving. 2 is St. Lad Skip, owned by Brendan Mullen, Dean Lewis, and Josh O'Hanley, trained by Brendan Mullen, driven by Dale Spence. Positive Art number 3 is owned and trained by Bing Easter of O'Leary, Corey McPherson drives. Tradition 4 is owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, Gordy Hennessy training and driving. Howmack Augusta is 5, owned by Howmack Farms Limited of Brookfield, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. Diamond Call 6, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie of Elmsdale, trained by Melissa Rennie, today Mark Campbell. 7 is Hemingway, owned by Melissa Rennie, Beth McPherson, and Abby Clow. Melissa is the trainer, driven today by Jills Barrio. It's your final call for wagering on race number 14. Back to the race day desk and some super high 5 selections in the afternoon's finale.
Well, Rock, I don't know if we can ever track down Kurt Hughes. He's done it twice, and we've been close, but we can't even get to the win column where Kurt has been.
Oh, it's just, it's just,
Hard to do.
It's hard. It's very hard to do. I see you like a 1, 2, 4, 6, 3.
Yep.
We got the same numbers. I like a 6, 2, 1, 4, 3. It's Diamond Call. I like Mark Campbell driving today. He's coming in off a qualifier, but I think that if this horse is ready to rock and roll, which I think he is in this class today, you look at that line on July 23rd at Charlottetown, 154 and 3, closed it out 28-1. So, I like Diamond Call on top in here. St. Led Skips from racing really good lately. I like him for second. Just Call Me Doc gets the inside today for third. Tradition, Gordy Hennessy gets along good with this horse too. And for the super high 5, I threw in Positive Art, so 6, 2, 1, 4, 3.
I'm close with you. I do like Just Call Me Doc just because he got back inside here today. I think he's at a good level as well, 1351s. St. Led Skip is rolling, looking for the hat trick here. Going to put him in. Tradition can really finish strong. And Diamond Call, like you said, coming off a real nice qualifier. He could even win, so we'll see what happens here. And the 3 in for 5th as well. So same numbers, like you said. I'm 1, 2, 4, 6, 3 in the 14th.
So we'll have a look at the odds board for the upcoming finale. It's the Howmack Farms Pace here in the 14th. Just Call Me Doc on your screen right now at 7-2. St. Led Skip, post 2 for Dale Spence at 4-5. Positive Art, the 3 for Corey McPherson at 24-1. Tradition from post 4 for Gordy Hennessy at 4-1. Howmack Augustus is the 5 for David Dowling at 8-1. Diamond Call 6 for Mark Campbell at 3-1. And Hemingway, post 7 with Jill Barrio at 14-1. That's your field for the finale. Good luck with your selections. A field of 7 in the afternoon's finale, sponsored by Hamac Farms. They are lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate one more time. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Just Call Me Doc. St. Lad Skip, Positive Art. Tradition, Hamac Augustus. Diamond Call, Hemingway. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Finale time. Rough and pacing, Just Call Me Doc will lead them out. St. Lodge Skip is second, third into the turn. That is Positive Art. To get away, fourth, Tradition. Moving up fifth on the outside is Hemingway. Then six is Hamac Augustus. Trailing the field, that's Diamond Call. So on the backstretch they go, now led by St. Lad Skip. In line to Dale Spence. Second is Just Call Me Doc. Away third, that is Positive Art. Racing from fourth is Tradition. Hemingway is now fifth. Racing sixth is Hamac Augustus. Trailing the field seventh, Diamond Call. The opening quarter went in 29 and 4 in straight alignment as they round the turn, and on the front end, St. Lad Skip is the fraction setter. In the 2-hole, Just Call Me Doc. Head of the turn third, Positive Art. Tradition goes fourth. Hemingway has fifth. Hamac Augustus on the outside sixth. Then the trailer seventh is Diamond Call. They're halfway home, led by St. Lad Skip and Spence. Tracking in the 2-hole, Just Call Me Doc. Into the turn third is Positive Art. 58 and 3 for a half a mile. Now fourth is Tradition. Hemingway fifth. On the outside sixth, Hamac Augustus, and the trailer is Diamond Call seventh. The 3/4 coming next. St. Lad Skip will get them there. Just Call Me Doc right on his back second. To the outside third, there goes Positive Art. Tradition is there at the rail fourth. 3/4 in the books. 1:28 and 1. St. Lad Skip is still there. 1/8 of a mile out. Just Call Me Doc, a textbook 2-hole ride. Positive Art on the outside third. Down the stretch they come. St. Lad Skip almost there. Just Call Me Doc coming to him on the outside. On the wire next. St. Lad Skip hangs on for Spence. Just Call Me Doc second. Tradition third. The mile in 1:57.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the finale. Halmac's firm pace, and we saw St. Lad Skip get the job done in here, Peter.
Yeah, natural hat trick for him, St. Lad Skip. He's been racing great. Put on the engine here today from Spinner Spence right off the hop. 29 and 4, they're the leaders. 58 and 3. Dreamy trip for Just Call Me Doc. He sat in the 2-hole. 3/4, 1:28 and 1. They're going to decide it here in deep stretch. St. Lad Skip trying to dig in and hang on, angling out. Just Call Me Doc trying to track him down late. Not going to happen. Very, very close in the end, but St. Lad Skip wins it. 1:57 and 3 for Spinner Spence. Just Call Me Doc, a real good deuce. Wow, this is tight here. Wow, that's tight on the wire. And a real good horse race to wrap it up at Red Shores.
St. Lad Skip makes it 3 in a row after this victory on this Saturday afternoon here in Charlottetown. He's arriving at the winner's circle. St. Lad Skip pacing Brown Stallion. He is 4 by Sunshine Beach off the Real Desire Dam Real City Blues. The owners are Brendan Mullen, Dean Lewis, and Josh O'Hanley. Trained by Brendan Mullen. Dale Spence had him on top at every call today, winning in 157-3. St. Lad Skip down at Trackside Howmack Farms has the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, presently we are in a tote delay here at Charlottetown. It involves the hub, which is off island. So when that tote delay has been rectified, we'll have the results of the 14th and the official prices, and we thank you for your patience. Our total A is now being rectified. Here's the official results here in the 14th. Just Call Me Doc second. St. Lad Skip the winner. Positive Art fourth. Tradition was third. Hamac Augustus sixth. Diamond Call finished fifth. Hemingway was seventh. The fractions were 29 and 4, 58 and 3, 128 and 1, and the mile 157 and 3. From the top, 214, 36, 57. St. Lad Skip paid $3.90. The exactor $11.10. The triactor $29.80. The late daily double paid $18.20, and the super high five, it was valued at $39.83. And that completes our live presentation today here at the driving park. Live racing tomorrow afternoon, 12:30 start time. Today's par mutual handle, $58,802. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.